Good evening. I would like to call this meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello? Present.
Here.
Here. Here.
Present.
Here.
Present.
Mrs. Carpenter.
Here.
Thank you. Board Member Faria, would you please lead us in the flag salute? Board Member Faria, would you please read the mission statement?
Empower and inspire every student every day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Faria. Ms. Kuhn, please read the Open Public Meetings Act statement.
Good evening. In accordance with the provision of the New Jersey Open Publics Meeting Act, Township of Union Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof published in the Star Ledger and Union County local sources, posted in the administrative building of 2369 Morris Avenue, Union, New Jersey, filed with the township clerk, and mailed to all persons, if any, who have requested said notice. The Board of Education offers members of the public an opportunity to address issues regarding items on the agenda by the board. All comments will be considered, and a response will be forthcoming if and when appropriate. The board asks all members of the public to be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Comments regarding students and employees of the board will not be responded to by the board. Madam President.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kuhn. The board will go into executive session to discuss personnel and legal issues, and action will be taken. May I have a motion to move into executive session?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Scott Hayden.
Second.
I apologize. Who, Ms. Faria? Any discussion? The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Scott Hayden and seconded by Ms. Faria. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. May I have a motion to move back into our public regular meeting?
Second.
Thank you. This motion has been properly moved by Ms. Scott Hayden and seconded by Ms. Nancy Manisi. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Hayden?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Approval of the minutes. May I have a motion to move the following minutes?
So moved. Second.
This motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana and seconded by Ms. Manisi. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Mr. Cohan?
Abstain on September 9th, yes on September 16th.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Hayden?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Next, we will have our communications that are reflected on operations and personnel agendas. Good evening, everyone. I would like to take a moment to thank you all for being here tonight. As we begin the public comment portion of this meeting, I want to remind everyone that we value your input and appreciate your time and effort in sharing your thoughts and concerns. We ask that all comments be respectful and constructive, as we aim to foster a productive dialogue that benefits our community and the work we are here to do. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board. Please remember that while we are eager to hear your perspectives, we are unable to engage in a discussion during this portion of the meeting. However, your comments will be carefully considered by the board and, if necessary, followed up on. With that said, I invite the first speaker to approach. Do we have those cards?
Madam President, surprisingly none for the first comment. These all will be for the second.
That's wonderful. Before we move to the superintendent's report, Ms. Scott Hayden, will you address that?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the board and the administration here, we would like to offer a moment of silence for one of our employees who lost her mother, Tracy Kesak, the manager of transportation. So we're requesting a moment of silence on behalf of her loss. Thank you, and we'll add that may her memory be a blessing to all who knew and loved her.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scott Hayden. Now we will proceed to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. So we have some great presentations again tonight for you, just like we did last month. Real quick, before we get into our first one, just wanted to kind of open everyone's eyes. As we start preparing, Ms. Kuhn has set up many meetings coming up for our budget, to build our budget for the next school year. I want to just kind of reflect on where we left off last school year to this year in enrollment. We are down approximately 295 students. Why I say that is obviously we get funding based on number of students as well. It's just trying to look at as many things as we can to try to predict where our funding is going to be, if we stay status quo at least. But we are down. The residency department, the re-registration, there's a lot of different reasons why. I'm going to keep track during the year to see if it starts going back up along the year, but we are measured on our October 15th date. So even though we might gain students later on, for budgetary, October 15th is a big date. And those numbers are including our out-of-district. Just wanted also to reflect on that as the board does from time to time. So next up, I would like to invite Mr. Ferroni up, Nicholas Ferroni, to kind of share a little bit on historically correct. And Nick has done some amazing things for our district, continues to, has done in the past. He really does provide our students, I guess, access to things they may not have ever had a chance to. He brings so many people to us, as well as, I know over the years, cosmetology and some other programs have been able to go to like New York or different things because you set up, because of your relationships, them to, again, go and get to experience things that they may not have. Here's another adventure for you. I loved the episode I watched. It really got me to reflect on, back to the days where I was sitting in class learning about history, and it was really exciting to watch. Let me just try to get this to come up. But Nick, do you want to just talk a little bit while I get this to come up?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry? Good evening. Oh, good evening. Thank you. I was about to say good morning. My brain is a little fried right now. All right, but it's funny because obviously, as Dr. Benenquista mentioned, as you know, I grew up in this town. I went to Franklin School, went to Burnett. My history teachers were two amazing and crazy, just crazy enough history teachers who made me love history. And I remember when Ed Wazizak would talk about the Revolution and share the stories about how there was British soldiers buried in Connecticut Farms Church and how the Hannah Caldwell story. It just, again, passionate people make other people passionate. So when I had this opportunity, I partnered with America 250, which is the federal organization overseeing the 250th anniversary, which is coming up, and Rev New Jersey. And they asked me to do a little digital series that's educational, entertaining, just a way to highlight locations in the state that were significant for the Revolution. When I wrote the episodes, my only prerequisite was that I have to end with the 5th episode in Union to highlight the Battle of Connecticut Farms and to highlight, obviously, the Caldwell Parsonage and Liberty Hall. So this series, again, it's basically edutainment. So it's something I would want to show my students in class. I'm going to do the most teachery thing ever. There is a pop quiz during, so play along and just lie to me about how you do afterwards. All right, but again, I hope you enjoy. It's short. It's only 45 minutes long. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, all right. It's only 7 minutes long, actually. Again, they're like, how long do you want to make it? I'm like, my students can't watch anything past 5 minutes. So 5 to 7 minutes is the norm. Keep talking? Let me start quizzing people now, like the show. All right. But again, obviously, the work that Barbara and Dave do and their team at the Caldwell Parsonage, I don't think we utilize it enough in the town, and I try everything I can to highlight that. But again, there's so many amazing things happening or happen in this town and continue to happen. We're so much more than a water tower, which apparently is not going to be there anymore. Yeah. I could share a link with you, too. Yeah. All right, I hope you enjoy, and let me know how you do at the end on the quiz. There you go. Fighting preachers wife. A single bullet. A moment that turned grief into vengeance.
This is
1980, the revolution hit home right here in Union. British forces came storming in. Fighting preachers' wives. A single bullet. A moment that turned grief into vengeance and changed New Jersey forever. And it all started in my hometown. I wasn't involved. You've heard of Lexington, and you learned about Trenton. But in June 1780, the revolution hit home right here in Union. British forces came storming in, and what happened next changed everything. This is the Battle of Connecticut Farms and the death that became a rallying cry. It's June 7th, 1780. The British launched a second invasion into New Jersey, marching inland from Staten Island toward Morristown. Their goal? Wipe out Washington's army once and for all. But there's one problem. They didn't plan on Jersey's geography or grit. The Patriots used the Watchung Mountains as a natural barrier, setting up ambushes, slowing down the advance, and forcing the Redcoats to turn back. But the most tragic moment of the battle wasn't on the field. It was right here in Union, my hometown, and where I currently teach. Hannah Caldwell, the wife of Patriot preacher James Caldwell, was shot and killed inside her parsonage, which was then burned down. Some say it was an accident, others, a warning. She wasn't a soldier, she wasn't in uniform, but her death became a spark fueling the flames of war. All right, let's separate the redcoats from the real ones. It's pop quiz time. Jack, when was the last time you took a pop quiz? You're still in school, so recently.
Like about less than a year ago, I would say. Well, college, grad.
College? Okay. Nate, it's summertime. Do you hate me for giving you a pop quiz right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're both educators. You've given a lot of pop quizzes. When was the last time you actually took a pop quiz?
I don't want to say. It's ancient history.
This is for every student you gave a pop quiz to, okay? What was George Washington's horse's name that he was gifted when he was 13 years old?
You're kidding.
Yeah, I am kidding. That's all right. All right, they're multiple choice, so it won't be too bad. All right, where did the Battle of Connecticut Farms take place? Morristown, Union, Connecticut, or Central New Jersey, which definitely exists?
Going to say Central New Jersey.
Central New Jersey?
What town?
Yes.
Connecticut Farm.
Connecticut Farms, which is now, seems like a trick question.
Present day here?
I'll give you a hint. Your mom was from there.
Oh, Union.
It's Union. Great job. First one. Naming back then was kind of confusing. It definitely wasn't Connecticut. But then again, the New York Giants and New York Jets both play their home games in New Jersey, which is also very confusing. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was a trick question. I knew the Battle of Connecticut wouldn't really be in Connecticut.
All right, next question. Who was Hannah Caldwell? A loyalist spy, Washington's cousin, a patriot's wife killed during the battle, or a town baker? I'll give you a hint. She was married to a patriotic preacher.
She was the wife of Reverend James Caldwell.
C.
Yes, the Patriots'
A
wife.
patriot's wife.
See,
Patriot's wife killed during the battle?
yeah.
Oh, killed by a patriot?
Well, she was killed by a redcoat, but she was killed during the Battle of Connecticut Farms. She became a symbol of what the Revolution really cost, and she's immortalized in the Union County Seal. So if you look at the Union County Seal, it's a picture of a redcoat shooting Hannah Caldwell. Yeah. They're very, very sad. She may have baked, but that's not the correct answer for this one. All right.
I'm sure she baked.
Okay.
To feed 9 children?
Yeah.
She baked.
All right, true or false? These are a little easier, right? Yeah. All right, perfect. True or false? The British won the Battle of Connecticut Farms.
No, they retreated.
Say false.
True. False.
You said that so confidently. And you're correct. And you're correct. And that is false. They advanced, met resistance, and turned around. Like when I can't find parking in Hoboken.
I've heard bad things about the parking.
Parking's a nightmare. 3 for 3. Serious? Great job. And bonus question. What happened to the Caldwell parsonage right after the battle? Parsonage means the house. What do you think the British did to her house after they killed her? I'll give you the multiple choice.
Oh, good.
It was turned into a hospital. It was turned into a bakery. They burned it down, or the British took it over and moved in.
Ooh, this one I don't know. I'm gonna go with turned to a hospital?
Is that when it was burned? Well, it was sort of burned during the battle. I don't know what preposition you want.
Okay, we'll say during and after. What would you say? What do you think the British would do to a house of a woman they just killed?
They took it over?
Burned it down.
Are you serious? 4 for 4. Great job. So you're right, it was burned down, but now it's home to our town's historical society. Just down the road from the battle is Liberty Hall, home to New Jersey's first elected governor, William Livingston. He was governor right after declaring independence. All the previous ones were appointed by the king. The last being, wait for it,
William Franklin. That's right, Ben's son. William Franklin actually stayed loyal to England and chose the king over his own father. To quote my father's favorite movie, The Godfather 2, don't ever take sides with anyone against the family. Back to William Livingston. After the war, he helped write the U.S. Constitution. This same house went from crown to constitution in under a decade. Talk about flipping property. Want to walk through a battlefield and see a founding father's home? Visit Connecticut Farms and Liberty Hall, both in Union. Tour the parsonage where history turned tragic, and the mansion where revolution turned republic. Join the fight to help preserve our battlefields and historical sites with the American Battlefield Trust. And don't forget to download the Liberty Trail NJ app and visit thelibertytrail.org. Because in Jersey, history is never far away. People could trash New Jersey all they want, but we wouldn't have a USA without us.
Raise your hand if you got 4 out of 4. Liars, all liars. You ChatGPT'd those questions, didn't you? No, but again, it's just obviously homage to the town and the community that most of us, a lot of us did grow up in. So thank you for having me, and hopefully it represents our town and community and kind of celebrates in the way that we know it should be. So thank you.
And how about we give another nice round of applause for Mr. Ferroni? And I could tell you, just like as engaging this is, he is with his students, enjoy his class every day, and it says a lot about how you bring your lessons to life. So great job. So our next presentation, I'm happy to introduce Ms. Ahern. She's going to share a little bit about her responsibility as a supervisor of counseling.
Perfect. There's a lot of things. Oh, thank you. Can you click for me? Okay. Oh, I can see it over there. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm just getting myself a little situated. Thank you so much for having me. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Education members, Superintendent Benaquista, Assistant Superintendents Mackenzie and Rodriguez, the wonderful Union School community. Thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Nicole Ahern. I am the supervisor of school counseling. I've been in this role for approximately 14 years after a long career in Union as a teacher and a school counselor. Very proud to say that I call this home. So tonight I'm going to give a little bit of overview, who we are, what we do, and how our work as school counselors directly aligns with the district's mission to empower and inspire every student every day. So who are we? We are a dedicated staff of school counselors, certified school counselors, and student assistance counselors. By location, we have in Union High School 11 school counselors, 2 SACs, Burnett Middle School 3 school counselors and 1 SAC, Kawambi Middle School, 2 school counselors and 1 SAC, and at the elementary schools, each has a dedicated school counselor for a total of 7, including Jefferson. We are lucky that the district has put the effort into making sure that we have all of these resources for our students. Just a little note, at the middle school and the high school, our counselors do follow their students for the entire time they are at that school for continuous services. The counselors also serve in many additional roles. It's not just with the students, they exist in their school communities as well. Many of them act as the anti-bullying specialist for their building, overseeing HIB and all that entails. Some of them are also the 504 chairperson. They might be the INRS chairperson. They're all members of various building committees, skip teams, care teams, attendance committees, and they are part of their school cultures. For all of you that work in a school, they are part of the fabric of each and every school that they are with, and they influence the overall student experience. So what is our purpose? What is our why? We want to promote student success for all. We are a comprehensive school counseling program who addresses the whole child, not only academically, but socially and emotionally. We are collaborators with everyone we come into contact with, it feels like. Not only our educators in the buildings, but our families, our greater community, to remove barriers to learning, whatever they might look like. We also, as a group, provide equitable access to opportunities and resources for all of our students. So our counseling model that we follow is intentional in that it's designed as a continuum of support across all grade levels. As you can see, in elementary, middle school, and high school, it may look different just based on the developmental level of the students. Whereas elementary, we're having students with us for the first time, so we're looking at those foundational skills, self-awareness, emotional regulation, friendship skills, decision-making. Moving into middle school, it's more of an exploration of either academic habits, goal setting. We know middle schoolers, identity development, peer relationships, social skills that they need assistance with. Then moving into high school, post-secondary planning, but also talking about career readiness, what their plans are, giving them those mental health supports and life skills. I have to say that we do articulate from one school to the other. I have the privilege of being able to host department meetings in which we are able to get together, and as the school year goes on, we are able to speak elementary to Jefferson, Jefferson to the two middles, and the two middles to the high school in terms of staffing. We ensure readiness for both life and learning beyond graduation. We want our kids not only to be academically prepared, but also to be emotionally resilient and future ready. So services provided. I tried to break this down, and I felt as I was going through the presentation, I started to talk general and then I started to talk specific. So I'm gonna talk general for a moment, just in terms of the variety of direct services that the staff does give to their students. So we offer individual sessions that may be academic, again, social or emotional focus, depending on the student needs. We come from a space that is completely student-centered. We meet the child where they are in that moment. So when they come to us or when we reach out to them, it's to see where they are and what they need, whether that be a survey, whether that be a check-in, whether that be a call from a parent, a referral from a teacher. We're going to get in front of that student to see what we can do to help them. We do some small group facilitation with various topics. Different schools have different needs, but we look at commonalities of members. We look at trends in the buildings and what different grade levels might need. It might be a fourth grade girls group focusing on one particular thing. We might have a group of students that wants to hear more information about a different path other than college in the vocational realm. So we try to put groups together that represent what our students need in that moment so that it's relevant and responsive. So beyond individual and group meetings, what else are we working with? We are involved highly in crisis response and student support when things do arise. Often it's the counselor that is the first point of contact when someone's unsure of a student in need and what they need, a student in need and going through crisis. The counselor is that person that they can go to and then bring in who needs to be brought in. Also class lessons based on targeted themes. So these could be SEL based, these could be trends in the building. I'm gonna talk when we get to the levels and the different buildings about specific classroom lessons that we're running. We look at school climate data to kind of say what is the overall picture of the school and then address that with lessons. We attend grade level meetings, parent conferences, teacher conferences, in addition to preparing school-wide initiatives. All of these help us reach our students proactively. Again, the goal being to address issues before they become obstacles. So this is where just I want to get in some specifics and give some shout outs to my amazing staff. The delivery of services does look a little bit different for those of you that visit the schools. A counselor entering a kindergarten classroom might look a little bit different than a middle school counselor talking about vaping. So that being said, we talk about at the elementary level, they are going into classrooms on a monthly basis. The teachers let us know their availability and they schedule around that. What I do like is that there's usually a parent follow-up piece. So we're keeping that homeschool connection open. So even if the students can't articulate when they go home at the elementary level that they saw Miss Abreu today, Miss Abreu will send a note home, or she'll send, now we have Parent Square, she can send a message to say, I was in the fourth grades today and this is what we spoke about. So we have that homeschool connection. Individual sessions, small group facilitation, what we commonly call our lunch bunch at that age, and school-wide initiatives. When we get to the end of the presentation, you're gonna see some amazing pictures of kids and what they're doing. And at the elementary level, it really is building school culture and climate. And that counselor is at the center of it all, bringing in speakers, doing spirit weeks, having things planned for assemblies, leadership days, running clubs. So that's where we are with the elementary. At the middle school, and I just want to say one thing about classroom lessons. What does that look like? The themes usually are around perseverance, or we're talking about conflict versus bullying, or we're talking about respect. What does it look like? Does it sound like? They do meet the counselor in the beginning of the year. So there are a lot of things that, depending again on what the school needs, that the elementary counselors are doing. They also PLC, so that they're planning together all 7 schools so that we're getting consistent lessons. The middle school, the structure is a little bit different, just in terms of how we're able to reach our students. Luckily, we have homerooms that the counselors can go pop into. We have advisory lessons. We could extend homerooms at times. We go into classes. The middle school counselors can go into classes for their lessons. They try to rotate, so maybe they might see all the 7th graders in an English class, but then they switch for cycle for the 8th grade. So that depends, depending on what the needs of the school are. They do individual sessions. They have small group facilitation. And as I spoke to before, developmentally, some of the groups at the middle school level are about self-esteem, friendship, social skills, advocating for oneself. Something that I saw, I think it was last year, one of the needs based on trends. One middle school had implemented a cell phone policy that was receiving a little bit of kickback from the kids. So the 7th grade school counselor decided that she was gonna prepare a lesson, and she was gonna go in to see all of the 7th grade students within their classrooms, and she presented not only digital citizenship, but accountability and time management and distractions. So that's an illustration of how we meet their needs. At the other middle school, we had some targeted speech going on in one of the grades, and our SAC counselor developed a lesson, and it was called Intent versus Impact. And she partnered with the school librarian, and she went into the cycle classes, and she spoke to the kids with real-world examples about how what you say, it might not be your intent, but it does have an impact. So those are just some examples at the middle school about how we are addressing things that are coming up. School-wide initiatives, I don't know, it's on social media. Their PBSIS is like no other at Burnett Middle School, and that carries over. Kiwami does it also, but Burnett definitely has been recognized nationally, and that is led by our student assistance counselor and her team. At the high school, we are doing a lot. Luckily, we have the staff for it. Our caseloads do run about 240, which is under the state average. They do stay with their students, so they have 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, and they move with them. So they do grade level small groups during the year. They're seeing these groups numerous times, and it looks different. 9th grade, I just observed a group with 9th graders, and they were doing transition and resources. And what are we doing in those moments? What do you need now was sort of the theme. And they did it 10 9th graders at a time. Then they did makeup sessions. Then for 10th grade, we're kind of looking at, okay, let's start to explore goals, interests. Let me show you how to use Naviance, because this is a tool you're going to be using. With our 11th graders, we have a dedicated junior conference program, which has been highly successful, that everybody receives approximately a 45-minute conference with the family and their school counselor, and they run much longer, which is great, where they're sitting as a group collaborating to figure out what the next steps are. We have senior planning meetings, we have assemblies. A lot of our senior work is done individually because the needs are so broad, depending on what their path would be after they leave us. We have assemblies. Our SACs also at the high school level, they're going into health classes for targeted lessons. We have a great partnership with Prevention Links and NJ4S, so they're able to bring us programs for Tier 1 at no charge, which is very helpful. So we have 2 running. Now it's Safe Dates, which is about healthy and unhealthy relationships. We also had a Power Back presentation, which had to do with setting boundaries and knowing your worth, and those both proved to be very successful. We, again, individual sessions, small groups, and with the small groups, again, those are those mental health supports where we identify them. We have a grief group that is constantly cycling in members. I have one of my facilitators here. Groups, if they cycle around anxiety, our substance use prevention. students that are sent out that come back in for that counseling piece. That is also a small group that we run. And then district-wide, what are we doing so that we all have common language and that we're doing things for the greater good of the district's culture and climate? I listed some of them here: Week of Respect, School Violence Awareness Week, National School Counseling Week, Suicide Prevention, Mental Health Awareness Month. So this promotes, again, positive school climate, safety, and that commonality throughout the district. So another part of our role is to use data to monitor student progress and intervene early. So we looked at course failures for 24-25 and the number of students that did fail one course, whether it was a core course, an elective course, an extra course for credit. But then what we did was we analyzed how many students, after giving them resources for summer school, we had 214 kids enroll. So that was 158 in person and 56 online through an online platform. And what we saw was that over 94% of the students that enrolled in some form of recovery and intervention program for the summer were able to retain credit and make up a failed course. So again, it just shows that our recovery systems and what we're offering are working, because our ultimate goal is to keep students on track. So another form of data tracking is monitoring credits carefully. This is huge, as we have to make sure that everyone meets the state graduation requirement for 120 credits. So we looked at our current 12th, 11th, and 10th graders, the class of 26, 27, and 28. And when we looked at the fact that they need 120 credits to graduate, in all three grades, over 90% of the students are where they need to be credit-wise to be considered on track for graduation. So the maximum credits possibly earned are listed there because we offer them 40 a year, and if they fall within that range, they're still projected to be able to attain all their credits. So again, proactively tracking these students to ensure timely interventions, because if you have a current 10th grader who is underneath that credit range, we want to intervene early, because we want to know, how are we helping the student? How are they getting that credit back? Did we give them the information? Let's meet with them first thing to see, okay, this is someone that, do they need extra resources? So in addition to graduation requirements with the 120 credits, we also have a new state assessment requirement related to the 11th grade test, the NJGPA, for those of you that don't speak high school. That's a test that we give in the spring of junior year. And in the class of 2026, which is set to graduate, of our cohort, most of them completed one or both, ELA or math. And in addition to that being NJGPA, that's also alternate pathways. Students, because it was just released by the state that we're allowed to use that, as a qualifier. Students that had a cutoff score for a PSAT, an SAT, or an ACT, which is determined by the state, they fell into those categories. So they are where they need to be. In terms of what we need to do now, because obviously the numbers don't match those in the cohort, we need now to do targeted support, where I work with my teaching and learning staff to assist the students, giving them assistance with their portfolios, which is the third way that they can graduate by showing proficiency. Those portfolios are done in conjunction with our teaching and learning staff, because the documents that we have to submit are state approved, and we will have them all submitted by March. Little pat on the back, every year in terms of state assessments, all of our portfolios that have been submitted have been accepted since we started the portfolio program.
That's wonderful. Yeah. And I'm glad that we have different pathways available to students so that they can graduate on time. Mm-hmm. I have a question, Ms. Ahern.
Yes.
In that slide with the assessment, NJGPA, first, because we're speaking to an audience, can you say a little bit about what NJGPA represents, what kind of test it is?
Sure. So, and you might assist me with this. So the NJGPA is, I equate it to, some of us will know this, like the original HESPA that some of us remember. So it's a general overview of math and English with standards that are supposed to be mastered at that point in the 11th grade year. So Since all students are not on the same math track, they want to make sure that everyone has had the exposure, so that's what the math questions are related to. It falls within those guidelines of NJSLA-based questions, just moving it up to 11th grade.
And my other question is, I see the numbers of those that's were proficient
Yes,
in ELA, either ELA or mathematics.
correct.
What is the statistics on students that pass both?
That, I do have that in a spreadsheet. I could email that to you. Because some of the students only passed ELA, some of them only pass math, and some of them pass both. But I can get that for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And something that we point out to the students when we do our senior meetings, just to follow up on that, because it always comes up, when we talk to our seniors about what's left, that's part of our senior planning. When we talk to them about what's left, we always bring that up. It's just a number. We re-gave you the test in the fall. We'll get those results back. We'll knock those numbers. We'll bump up those numbers from the fall test results because we had great attendance. The kids took it seriously. There were a lot of students that were very close to that 725 cutoff score. So we let them know, we'll get you there. If it wasn't the PSAT or the NJGPA, we will get you there, and that's why we have the portfolio. It puts their minds at ease. But thank you for that.
Thank you.
So then we do have challenges. Speaking of challenges, that everybody, all students are different. And we do know that students are coming to us with many things that are happening outside of just the school system. So our counselors handle that almost as a multi-layered approach. First, they're advocates. Not only are they advocates for their students and families, speaking with teachers, outreach, but we also encourage the children to advocate for themselves, to be part of the process so that they can get what they need and articulate that. There are so many factors that come into play that as counselors, we want to address those factors and research them, get the background information. What's going on? Do we have those stressors? Do we have barriers to learning? Is it something financial? Is it access to resource? Is there something going on in the home? Those are all things that we need to be able to find out in order to help them effectively and get them what they need. We also work with families once we work with families on that level in order to re-engage and get them there's that access to resources. Oh, ooh. That's my cue. Sal said he was going to run the music, so I only have a couple more slides. And we're analyzing data. Yes, we have the grades, monitor marking period grades. That's what the counselors do at all levels, getting them in there, looking at their grade book, but we're also looking at the whole picture, their attendance, their conduct, teacher feedback, parent feedback, anything that'll help us identify what their needs are and then develop remediation and intervention plans to be able to address that. Again, student-centered. We're also engaging our families and offering them options. Do they need mental health supports? Do they need a referral for any sort of outside agency or community resource, whatever that may be? Do we need to give them access to credit recovery? Are we needing to reschedule them just to make sure that they are ready for graduation? And in the elementary schools, are we looking at what's going on in the classroom to see if what's going on in the family or outside of the classroom is affecting them? And then we are bringing everybody in, stakeholders. Every student has a team, whether it's their classroom teacher, whether it's their case manager, whether it's their 504 chair, whether it's their school nurse, whether it's the START team. Are they currently receiving RTI services? Do they need additional support as an ML? Are they part of an INRS case? What is it and who is it that we need to bring to the table? Because everybody has input and counselors can't act in isolation. So we look to see who else can help us because it shouldn't just be the counselor, it should be that collaborative approach. Check-ins are important and essential to what we do. Counselors need to be visible. Gone are the days where they're just sitting behind their desk waiting for kids to come to them. That doesn't happen. We know that doesn't happen. So if a student isn't going to make an appointment, and you keep trying to make an appointment because it's that time, then please walk down to the math class and see what's going on. Or you might want to walk through the cafeteria. My elementary counselors live on the playground. My middle school counselors are in the cafeteria. But it's all about building that connection for the kids to see that the counselor can be their trusted adult and they will go to bat for them. So again, the counseling department, we focus on community and family engagement through a number of educational programming. I listed some of them for you. I'm not going to go through them all. They are related to various topics during the year. We also are able to promote agency workshops. So NJ4S just delivered a whole series of webinars that we were able to post in some of the Google Classrooms. And again, now on Parent Square, we can get those things out to the community. So it's not just things that we have to present, but there's a lot of really good resources out there that our families can take advantage of. And I do want to give a little shout out here to funding, Ms. Yolanda. We have the ability through some of our grant funding that Ms. Skokoza offers first and foremost to the principals and the counseling staff with assemblies in mind, with guest speakers and programming. So there are principals that, scrimp and save and put some on the side, but I have to say that our grant funding, some of our title funds go towards programming, which paying people to be able to come in and do presentations at night. So that is essential. And everybody knows PTA in my heart. PTAs also are advocates, and part of their mission is that they help support the schools, and assemblies is one way that PTAs also give back in town. I can't help myself. Specifically to the high school, I just wanted to touch base on some annual events because I know we always ask, what are we doing to get our kids where they need to be? So every year, these are programs to essentially connect students and families to real-world opportunities and guidance as to what the next steps are. We have planning for post-secondary and supporting your student. We do nighttime senior family meeting, a 9th and 10th grade parent meeting, which is coming up, where we're able to present information and resources and timelines. We did just have our college and career fair, where we have representatives from all areas, 2-year schools, 4-year schools, the military, civil service, trade, vocational schools, business schools. They all come out. And I just wanted to say, again, speaking to trends, and this could be a separate conversation, and I'm almost done, but I just wanted to put in this part. We are seeing the trends. Not everybody is going to a 4-year school. That's not the path everybody is taking. We've seen an increase in gap year. We've seen students going into the workforce because they already had a job that offered them full-time. We see students that now want to engage in a trade. We have a partnership with Union County, now UCNJ, and we have them come in to talk to our students about the advantages of 2-year programs. They have an American Honors College. They have EOF. We have a wonderful instant decision and info session program, which has kind of pivoted, which I have my other counselor here who is in charge of that program. But we've done a pivot over the years where now our on-site visits and people that are coming in are not just Caldwell University, Seton Hall, NJIT, but we have Universal Technical Institute coming in, which was related to car and mechanical work. We have Lincoln Tech coming in. We have the police, fire coming in to talk about civil service. We did a presentation with the Department of Corrections. Today in the meeting room was the Electrical Training Academy coming in to talk to our kids. So what is it that our kids need, and how can we just continue to invite people in? Because not everyone is going to go to a college fair. They might not. But this is a way that if we know our captive audience, we survey the students to see what they want, we're able to then design programming around it. So I have to say that instant decision and info sessions has really grown. And of course, last but not least, financial aid. We have a wonderful partnership with HESA. Andre has come to see us twice last year, once this fall. We're working on some technical sessions for our 12th grade families. And that is just a way to get the information out. I don't know if everyone's aware, but FAFSA is now a state graduation requirement. So we try to give our families as many opportunities as we can to be informed, in addition to posting things. So I'll leave this slide up. So this is our why. This is why we do what we do. These are our kids, our students, our counselors that were behind most of it. And we're committed to supporting the academic, social, and emotional growth of all of our union students. I'm very proud of my team and their work, and I'm proud of all of our student achievements and what they do. And I just wanted to take a second to thank you for thinking of me to come present, continuing to support our work, and for recognizing that school counselors are essential to the work that we do in district, in partnership with the greater community. And we play that vital component of empowering our students, every student, every day. Oh, yeah, and I didn't even mention the field trips that we're doing to various when I said college fairs, not everybody goes, we've been running field trips as well. We have a UTI one coming up, HBCU one coming up, Kane hosts one, so we also have that for our students.
Thank you so much.
No, I was thorough.
Before he goes, Nick? Mr. Ferroni, we transitioned so quickly, but I will be remiss if I didn't say that that was an exceptional video. And it is so important to bring learning to life for students. I was one of those students that was disengaged in many classes. I can almost guarantee you that if I was in your class, this will be of interest to me. So thank you so much for going above and beyond. It is truly appreciated by the board and recognized. Thank you. Now, Ms. Ahern, thank you so much for a very thorough presentation and joining us tonight. One of the things that I promised back in January was more transparency and more information for the parents. Inspired and empowered does not only pertain to the students, it also pertains to the parents, and we're going to arm them with information about what they can expect from our district. And this is really a relevant presentation of what they can expect from the guidance department. We do have some questions, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So we will begin with Ms. Faria.
First, I want to start by saying thank you. This is a lot of information. I appreciate sharing it. But I wanted to bring up some things about, so when we're looking at the NJGPA, I think we're looking at about 43% of our senior class currently still has to do portfolio and math. I'm wondering if there's a better way to target some of those supports. 43% is quite a high amount, and we're working with what we're working with. But I'm wondering, NJGPA is an option for the summer. Might we consider potentially bringing in some students over the summer, particularly those that we know are really close and have an opportunity to pass? Because I think when we have 43% of students that need to be serviced to portfolio, that's a big undertaking that I think if we can move teachers and staff from that position to being more proactive before, will be much more of a better use. Hopefully our fall administration will remove some students from here, but I wanted to bring that up because I think we need to start being a little bit more proactive of getting that number down.
And we collaborate closely on the portfolio to say, okay, what else can we do? So I think that's a great idea for us to follow up on in terms of teaching and learning. Thank you, because it is overwhelming.
I just want to know, we are very blessed to have the portfolio as an alternative path, but it's not ideal for our students to graduate via a portfolio. So I do hope that we put in place interventions early on to ensure that the majority of our students are successful. I see a lot of student success, but are we leaving 10 children behind? What's acceptable? 20 students behind, 100 students behind? We got to get all our students in the right track.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Aaron. Thank you for this presentation. It was really good. Lots of information. I always tell people that I make it no secret. I always say that the guidance counselors during my high school years were key in helping me navigate challenges growing up as a teenager in New York City, in a rough neighborhood, rough inner school. So I always say it's important that our counselors, school counselors, are engaged. So I have some questions. How does it work when a student's grades are failing? Or, you typically have a student who's all A's, and then you have a semester that comes up, and then, as a parent or, taking into account parents, we are responsible to be checking our grades, our kids' grades, but you never know what a child is going through at home, and not everybody is the same depending on their reasons or whatever's going on in their situation. What does that look like? So when a marking period comes out, the grades are put out. Does the school counselor get that? And what happens? So a kid went from A, and then you just see F's, D's, C's, who's primarily a good kid. What does that look like, and what is the expectation of the school leadership and the school counselors and the parents, and how is the communication to the parents and with that child?
Okay, so I'm in thinking of a student, obviously something is going on.
Right.
And it would be looking at that trend, but it wouldn't just be when the grade comes out. It would kind of, they monitor, so they're able to run their data in Genesis. And if it's before the marking period comes out, they could scroll through, they could look at their child's grade book. If it's a particular class, they might reach out to the teacher to kind of say, what do we think is happening here? There's a lot of data in that grade book that sometimes you could see, is it a test and quiz issue? Is it a missing assignment issue? And then you're approaching it in different ways based on what the student's issue is. But again, calling the student down to say, I'm recognizing that I'm seeing a little bit of a change, to have that conversation, to have that interaction. Because then what if something comes up in that meeting?
Right,
Where
so
you're,
that's the expectation.
Exactly.
That we're not waiting for the end of the marking period, that the school counselors in conjunction with the teachers are looking. So as the grade book is there, is the expectation that the counselors are also monitoring for peaks in performance and bringing that student, teacher, and or parent involved?
Yes, that is the expectation in the department. In addition, when we have those conversations with teachers, we try to say, it's fine for us to send an email, or it's fine for us to make a phone call. But as the teacher, we could partner.
Right.
We can call together. We can set up a parent-teacher conference because this is what the student is communicating. We could, if it's something, let's just say missing assignments versus tests and quizzes, or the reverse. Maybe it's that they're not preparing, or they're not sure how to study, or maybe it's a mismatch where they're in the counselor's office and they're saying, I'm just not getting it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what is it that you're not getting? And it's kind of taking those pieces, again, depending on what's coming out. On the flip side, there's something that's going on at home, that a parent lost their job.
Exactly.
Yeah, or a parent lost their job and now the student has to work at night. So what is it that we can do? Can we advocate with them? Can we go to the teacher and say, listen, what are the essentials here? Of these 10 missing assignments, can you identify 5? It's kind of coming up with that personalized remediation plan to get the child where they need to go, not to leave anybody behind, as Madam President said, but to say, okay, what do we need? And then, does the student now need to fill out a free and reduced lunch application, which they didn't previously have because their income at home has changed?
Yeah.
So now let's bring in Mr. Gesso to say, okay, can we have this conversation? But all along, keeping in touch with the parent, making sure the student knows that we're in their corner, because sometimes they are just so at a loss because they feel it's too late, and it's never too late.
Right.
We can get you back on track. And that is the expectation.
And one more other question.
Sure.
Because I know we have other people have questions. Special education is my baby.
Yes.
Oftentimes, counseling services, school counseling services, and IEPs and things of that nature interact and interconnect. And sometimes there are things that are picked up from the school counseling level, i.e. special education. What does that partnership look like? So are the school counselors a part, is the expectation that the school counselor is also still, because that child is, let's say, in the school or out of district, the counselor is still responsible for the roster of students that are associated with that school? Are they a part of that IEP process? Do they follow up? What is the relationship and collaboration with the CSTs and the teachers and the counselor, or counseling services and special services coming together for the greater good of that kid?
Absolutely. So our case managers work hand in hand with our school counselors.
Okay.
There's a lot of collaboration when it comes to the scheduling of IEP meetings and things from the special services side.
Yeah.
They're always the ones to invite the counselors to attend. It is important. I stress the importance of it. We actually have, we usually have about 2 staff meetings a year in collaboration with all the CSTs at the high school level and at the middle school level, CST teams and the school counseling department that Mr. Seiling and I run together, just to kind of keep everybody on the same page.
Okay,
but
great.
we always say, invite our counselors to the IP meetings. The counselors do, just like with every other student, they have their data, they have their books, they have what they need. And in regards to out of district, they still have a counselor of record.
Yes, they do.
Just like all the other students, they have a counselor of record that goes with their grade level, that goes with their, right there in Genesis. And we encourage that also. Some of the out of district schools do have school counselors, but we still encourage ours that if there is a meeting at the end of the day, we want to keep that.
Still belongs to you.
Yes. So they do work closely.
Last question.
Sure.
Sorry. COVID. We see a lot of, we have a generation now that's completely obsessed with social media and the interactions of it, but it leads to multiple issues in terms of socialization, depression, anxiety, bullying, and et cetera. What are you talked about the counselors going into the classes monthly. What metrics or methodologies are used to determine if a child is in trouble or if they're having effects of post-COVID? There's a lot of issues with our kids, behavioral patterns, socialization. I don't even know if they write letters anymore. Everybody's texting and things of that nature. But what do you have in place to kind of identify?
So we actually have a platform. I didn't mention it. We actually have the platform, which is Silas, which is an SEL, and I didn't even mention that. So that's SEL based.
Okay.
It's research driven. I think this is our third year. So essentially, it's a series of questions that focuses on the competencies.
Okay.
And I could actually send a report if anybody was interested. But we're able to do that, and we've administered that to our students in a group format. Last year, because we did New Jersey Sky, we didn't administer it because it was all at the same time. Yeah. But our plan is to administer it after state testing in November. And what that will give the counselor is in the 5 core competencies, it'll give them, it looks like green based on their answers. It looks like green, yellow, and red, and where they then can identify students that might be experiencing some sort of difficulty. They can pull them out in groups. If there's something in a classroom that they see overarching, let's just see in the 4th grade as a whole, but it provides those metrics to be able to address it. And what I like is it's also good for small groups. So at Jefferson, as an example, Ms. DeCourt was able to pull a bunch of students from different classes based on the data because at Jefferson, they all start together. So it takes a little bit of time. It's not a student that they've had with them or they've noticed patterns or they know the family. Yeah. So Jefferson is a little bit different. So she was able to use those metrics to pull students from different groups with a teacher referral to say, hey, these kids are having an issue with their social awareness. So we're going to pull them in and we're going to do some targeted lessons, which also Silas has a whole library. And we're going to do these targeted lessons so that these kids, even though they're coming from different classrooms, we're able to give them some skills. Because that's the overall goal, to give them the skills that they need to be able to be successful with their peers.
Well, thank you for this, Ms. Ahern.
No problem. I hope I answered your question.
You did.
Thank you.
Excellent questions, Ms. Conte-Mackey. I do have a couple of questions.
Okay.
First of all, thank you so much for being here tonight, if I didn't say that. Can you go over a little bit about post-secondary planning? How does that process look in this district?
Okay.
In goal setting?
Sure. So again, these are things that we're introducing at all levels in terms of whether it be a vision board in a middle school with the counselors, or it's not anything that they're walking into high school and saying, oh my gosh, what do I do now? It's things that we're setting the tone to say, okay, what are some short-term goals? What are some long-term goals? But in terms of when they really start to explore, again, maybe it's in middle school, but as we're moving into the high school, we have the Naviance platform, which is everything college, career, interest inventory related. It has metrics in there that we're able to have the kids complete them. We usually do them in 9th grade and in 10th grade. They are able to retake them, and that's not the only thing we do. We also have, again, these small group meetings to kind of say, okay, well, here are our options, giving students options, having those conversations. But then as we're moving, we're giving them these inventories. And what the students are getting back is, based on my interests, this might be a potential career. And then we're able to research, okay, well, with that potential career, what's the education required? Or where would you go to? Or what's the possible salary range? Or what are the options? They could even set the parameters to say in New Jersey. And then from there, we're then taking steps at the same time. Let's try to find the classes that pique your interest. So now the counselors are working with them on course scheduling and trying to mesh the two together to say, let's try something. Let's see, you're thinking you might be an engineer, but you're not sure. Well, let's look. How are you doing in science and math? And maybe let's look at what your interest inventory said and where does it say your strengths? Do you agree with it? Is there something else you want to pursue? And then again, moving through, bringing in the parents for that conversation.
Ms.
I know.
Ahern,
yeah.
What inventory do you use? True Colors test or which one?
So they administer the True Colors test in 7th grade at Burnett, which is so funny that you just said that.
Because it's very simple. It's easy for them to understand.
And they actually then used it in 8th grade to look at the classes in the course catalog for Union High School.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So again, making those connections, but when we get down to it, it's saying, okay, now let's do some researches. Now let's do some research. And we have access to say, what is it you're thinking about? And when they are able to work with their counselors and kind of take the lead and say, this is what I'm thinking, it's the counselor's expectation that they're going to come to the table and say, okay, it sounds as though you might be on this path. These are the resources that I have, and if I don't have it, let me see what else that I can get for you. But again, bringing the families into the conversation is important, because we never want to have that disconnect where senior year, we're having a conversation and the families are in the meeting and all of a sudden we're on two completely different pages because someone is going to the military and somebody thought that they were going to a four-year college. So talking with the families all along to kind of say, okay, this is where we are in the process. And then there's all the steps. We have senior checklists. We have, regardless of the pathway, we have senior checklists. Have we done the things that we need to do? And are you looking at scholarships? Do you have letters of recommendation? How are you preparing a resume because you're not sure and you might go into the workforce? So we're trying to, again, meet the child where they are and what they're thinking of doing, and then going through the planning steps. We have it pretty detailed in terms of what we give to the parents, and I'm happy to provide that. Our junior family checklist, our senior planning checklist, I'm happy to provide that as well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I would like for you to consider possibly
Yes.
moving the resume development earlier. Senior year is just a little too
Oh.
late. We used to do brag sheets in ninth grade. By 10th grade,
Yeah.
everybody had to have a resume.
Yeah.
It just helps them build upon it, and by senior year, it's a beautiful work of art, and it's perfected.
Yeah.
But I do have another question.
Sure.
And something that a parent wrote to us that I would like for you to give us your thoughts on. Data analytics has become a major part of every industry that we know of. How do you use, as the supervisor, data analytics to ensure that every child is seen and consulted with?
So there are, again, expectations. So we can check in Genesis notes. We have spreadsheets on how many students, when they have the date and time of their conferences. At the elementary school, they all keep their own logs. But at any time, we can go into Genesis and I'm able to see that. But in terms of minutes with students and times, I don't have that in my hands. I know that each individual counselor, again, keeps their logs, keeps their notes that I have access to at any time. We have counselors that use Google Forms for their check-ins. We're now using Turnstile for when the students come in, so we do have that data available to us. When the students are seeing their counselors, how long they're staying, we do have that access.
I guess what I'm asking is, will you say that 100% of our students are seen at least once by a guidance counselor in the year?
In some fashion, absolutely. In an individual session, I would say, but in some fashion, absolutely, in some capacity.
And last but not least, for me anyway, I received an email from a parent, Ms. Newland, and obviously we all watch the news, we know what's going on, and there is some, how would I say it, there's some issues going on with the SNAP subsidies. And one of the things that she suggested as she thought about our student population is possibly beginning a food pantry where students can donate, and students that had some food insecurity at home could come and get some food. Is that something like the guidance has thought about? Is that something that?
So in talks with the church that is using our auditorium, they do that now at the real location, but it's something we've been talking about because he's recognized that they're running out quicker and quicker, which means more people are coming in need. So we actually were talking. I didn't get a chance to share it with anyone in my team about how can we bring it now that he is in our using our facilities. How can we partner on something like that, because it is a growing need. So that thank you for bringing that up.
And we also, just something else, so we, again, through Ms. Kokoza's grants that we're able to house it, we also have hygiene products for students that might be displaced in a confidential location. We have a bunch of hygiene products. We have people that donate things. So we do have that already running through the grant outside of our school.
Well, I'm glad you're saying that, because communication is one of the big things. What I found many times is that we can be doing great things, but
Yes.
sometimes it's not getting to the people that really can use those services and resources. How are you communicating regularly with the parents? Is there a guidance newsletter that goes out so that the parents know of all the services, events, workshops, field trips, and other resources that happen in guidance on a weekly basis, monthly? Is there a newsletter or something, communication?
So a lot of it is building based. So for example, there's a counselor newsletter for my elementary schools that they do in conjunction, and they send that out through their platform. I'm able now, with access to Parent Square for the middle school and the high school, I sent something out for financial aid that I was able to get to all the parents. So now that I have access, I feel like moving forward, we use the PTA, again, Parent Square, we send out counseling events per school, but it is something that may be district-wide to say what's new with counseling. I think that's a great suggestion. And maybe those little things that we put in there to say, in need, if you have any extra needs, we have resources such as, and we could list that. I think that's a great idea. And Parent
Great.
Square has made it a lot easier. I don't know if John's still here, but Parent Square has made it a lot easier.
Wonderful. And last but not least,
Yes.
our MLs.
Yes.
Multilingual learners, because we cannot leave them behind
Correct.
either. What are we doing to ensure that they acculturate not only linguistically, but also academically and socially into our schools?
So at the high school level, academically, right now, we initiated the bilingual program this year, so that's helping. At all levels, we work with the teachers that are with our students, ESL. They are wonderful. Our ESL teachers are a wonderful resource in terms of getting to know the students and being able to assist them, building relationships. Where is it, what else do they need? Because again, did they come to the country by themselves? What are their circumstances? What are they struggling with? We have an adult ESL program that I know we brought in for the families. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then the socialization piece, the connection piece, finding mentors, finding students that they have maybe a shared experience. And one thing that we're working with, Ms. Garcia, this is her second year, so some of the counselors were interested in beginning a newcomers group in terms of
Beautiful.
giving people a safe place to which they can, relate, and just, not even so much as, yes, giving resources, but more of a safe space for our MLs, just so that they have someone to connect to.
And how do we support the families or the parents? In what ways?
So we, again, sending things out in multiple languages. Dr. Rodriguez, he is always says, don't forget. So, and again, the feature, again, on Parent Square, that you're able, the feature, that has been invaluable. But I've been CC'd on emails from my counselors to families of MLs that are already translated. And the response comes back translated. So that's been good too. Some of our programs, she's up. Some of our
No, she's not until we're done.
some of our programming too, again, for resources and accessibility, to make sure that if we're doing summer school or if we're doing something that kids have to sign up, that they're getting it in multiple languages so they don't miss out.
What are the top 3 languages? Ms. Brandy, I know you're going to help her, but
Spanish.
I wanted to tell you too that Ms. Garcia has led the Multilingual Parent Advisory Committee. So she invites all the families of our ML students in quarterly, if not more, to have celebrations and to talk about the resources in our district. So she's been really great about that. She should. Our top 3 languages are Spanish, Haitian Creole, and Portuguese.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
I did know it.
And Ronnie, did I see you with your hand up?
Am I done? No.
No, that's okay. I thought we were running out of time.
No, we're not.
No question.
Took my medicine.
Okay. But I just simply wanted to comment that I don't think you have to convince anybody, at least not me, that counselors are absolutely essential in high school. And no disrespect to teachers, but when they teach, it almost ends. But you and your group are focused on after high school, and I was glad to hear you say, happy to hear you say that as we're all learning, everybody's not meant to go to college. And that's okay. That's okay. And I think it's your responsibility, not your responsibility, but what your group is doing is finding out, okay, what are you interested in? If you don't want to go to college, where do you want to go? And that's what that's what's come across to me, what your group is doing. And thank you for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I done?
Thank you so much. Great presentation.
Thank you, everybody.
And I also want to
Excuse
thank
me.
Ms. Ahern.
Dixie.
One other thing I would like to highlight, a couple of years ago, we were talking about not accepting our failure rate in summer school for recovery. There were some courses we were failing at a rate of 40, 50% of the people taking the recovery class. I am so happy to hear that we're in the 90s of passing. So that's a big turnaround from a couple of years ago. And you know, we're doing a lot of things that we might not even realize that now we're making sure our kids are successful. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for that little part.
Very noted, and Ms. Santana has.
Yeah, I'm always forgotten, I know. So I just wanted to start first with the MLS piece. So I guess I was MLS, but I was ESL, and I just came from the Bronx. I just didn't learn English until much later. Just, you know, putting it out there with, you know, I guess we all come from somewhere. One of the pieces, Ms. Ahern, as you know, I think that your oration skills with what you do, it's kind of like a dance, and I always love it. I always want to hear what you do and how you do it. What I would have loved to see, and not that I'm putting this down, I give this an A, the plus, I would love to have seen something about 504s, not a huge thing, but just some piece as how it's incorporated also into your umbrella. So because as you know, many times we forget that course between the 504 and the IEP and how it has different houses. I would like to have seen that. And much to Ms. Contimachi's point with special education, I know that there comes a time that there's a phallus out there, and I'll be very honest with you, where if you have an IEP, people think that you don't see the counselor, and it's out there, trust me, on the base level. And I continuously just always, absolutely, I go to my counselor. You don't even, every time that there's something wrong with my child that has an IEP, you know, anytime it's wrong with anything, I'll call my counselor, just pick their brain. Hi, do you think you could just pop in and look at them and see how things are going? And counselors are, like I said, we're all important in this, but counselors are kind of like that, you know, they give that put your shoulders back and help throughout the day. And in elementary school, when you said lunch bunch, 100% I knew exactly what that was and how it's incorporated into special ed and regular ed, but kind of just touching to that piece of seeing a little bit of more of 504, and if it's not already incorporated into special education, how it should be. That's what I would love. Thank you
for
so
that
much.
feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Ahern.
Thank you, Ms. Santana.
So as we move on, I would like to let Dr. Rodriguez introduce the teaching and learning team.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I have the pleasure tonight of introducing our teaching and learning department. Over the last couple years, this group has really taken it on to make sure not only that our scores are going up, but that academics and everything surrounding that area is really improving. One of the things that we started to do, and the teaching and learning department really has really understood the assignment, is instead of doing more, we have to do less, which sounds weird to say, but we have to do less and we have to do it better. When I came into the district a little more than a year ago, I fully understood that this district has all the tools that we need. We do not need to go outside. We don't need to buy more things. We don't need to do more tricks, nothing of that. Everything that we need is here. I like to say a lot of times it's like walking into your garage and seeing all your tools are spread out all over. You don't just walk out and go to Home Depot and buy more tools. You gather what you have, you put them in your toolbox, and then you make sure you get the job done. So over the last few years, these three, along with everyone really in the district, they're really taking it on. I'm so proud of them and what their work that they've done. Tonight you'll see that there has been great growth in some areas and that we need to work in some others. But what I am confident in and what gives me great hope is that we know why. We know the why. We know where we need to improve, and we are executing in that. So without further ado, the Teaching and Learning Department.
Okay, thank you. Like the two presenters, thank you. Like the two presenters before me, I also grew up in Union, graduated in the 90s from Union High School. And when I was a kid, I played a lot of sports, and I felt like I knew everyone in the town. I drove all over the place. My dad took me all over, and I had like a good group of friends from all over the town. I didn't realize until I got a little older, especially when I started working in Union and became an administrator, how big the town was. And I actually looked this up. Based on student enrollment, we're in the top 10% in the state as far as size. And we're really behind some of the districts you think we would be behind. Elizabeth's, the Newarks, the Toms Rivers, and then we're next. And with that size comes tremendous opportunity, right? We have diversity of thought, rich perspectives, and also with that size comes a lot of complexity, particularly because there are thousands of students, hundreds of teachers, lots of buildings. And if you think about one of the goals in education or in any district, right, we think it's growth. It's parent and family growth, it's administrator growth, it's staff growth, and it's all leading towards student growth. And in order to do that, we have to make sure that we have the right structures and the right systems in place in order to support that growth. And that's really been the focus of this department over the past year or so, is identifying what structures we have, what systems we have or don't have, and beginning to put them in place and align them so that all of us, teachers, administrators, have the tools they need to make the right decisions. And really that's what we're here to do tonight, is we wanted to talk about one of those systems, and that's a data system, okay? What the data system in Union is. And so, you can go on. Okay. So if you look at this slide, yeah, you'll see a pyramid that highlights the 3 types of data that we look at in the district, at least that the department looks at in the district. And we know nowadays, I think we heard this in Nicole's presentation and in the first presentation, that there's so much data now that's out there. And while it comes in many forms, classroom level data, district level data, state level data, for the most part, it serves a similar purpose. It helps us understand student learning, and it helps us guide improvement. And tonight, what our plan is to look at this data and how we're using it in the district. And while we're going to focus mostly on state level data, it's important for us to also talk about district and classroom level data, because state data is one data point of a larger system, okay? So we want to make sure that we highlight some of the classroom level data, the district level data, and then we'll spend most of the time talking and unpacking the state level data. Craig.
I'm sorry. I'm going to start us off with our classroom level, which is the foundation of our data system. One of the major systems we've been building across the district is our common assessments. Over the past year, our instructional coaches have been working directly with the teachers in PLCs to co-create these assessments. Together, they identify the key standards, define what true mastery looks like, and design questions that align directly to those expectations. What that means is that our assessments aren't just random tests. They're intentionally built around what students are expected to know and be able to do. And they're common across grade levels and buildings. On this slide, you'll see a sample of one of the common assessments. Each question is mapped to standards and designed to give teachers meaningful information about student learning. If you'll see on this slide, on the following slide, you'll see the kind of data that comes out of the common assessments. This data allows us to identify where students are excelling and where they need additional support, plan targeted remediation or enrichment, identify questions that may need to be modified, and at the district level, refine curriculum and resources to keep teaching and assessment in alignment. It's a cycle of continuous improvement. So from classroom practice to curriculum refinement, we're continually making progress.
The second set of data.
I'm sorry, before you move on, what percentage does a student need to earn in order to be considered that he or she has mastered that particular standard?
I mean, it varies across areas, but you're looking for mastery above 80% to show that they, so that you're showing
So
proficiency.
the system, the
Yeah.
platform is set up that an 80
Mhm.
constitutes proficiency.
Mhm.
Okay.
The second set of data that we look at is our district level data, and the diagnostic assessments are our most common data point that we look at in that area. A diagnostic assessment is an assessment that helps us understand what students already know and what skills they're ready to learn next, and also what areas they need additional support in. They provide baselines for our students and help us track their growth over time.
And when is this diagnostic administered?
Each of our diagnostics are 3 times a year, in the fall, the winter, and the spring. I'm going to go through the 3 different assessments that we give that we consider our district diagnostics.
Beautiful.
The first one is iReady. iReady is the district assessment that we've had the longest. This is a comprehensive diagnostic that is given in reading and math. It's an adaptive assessment given 3 times a year in grades K through 5. What that means is that the questions adjust based on the student responses. So as students get questions right, they offer them harder questions. As they get questions wrong, they offer them easier questions to be able to pinpoint the exact middle of where their proficiency is. From this assessment, we gain information such as proficiency in skill groups, which iReady calls domains like phonics, vocabulary, algebraic thinking, numbers and operations. Placement relative to their grade level expectations. Are they on, below, or at grade level? And their growth over time. Amira is our newest assessment in district, and this focuses on early literacy and fluency. With Amira, students read aloud, and Amira listens, times, and coaches them, and then evaluates their reading. Like iReady, it's given 3 times a year in K through 5. What's different about Amira is that the program is based on Scarborough's reading rope and the science of reading. Developed by Dr. Hall Scarborough, the reading rope shows how skilled reading is achieved by intertwining language comprehension and word recognition, and when those things become more automatic, you develop skilled reading and comprehension and fluency. So this is really what science of reading is based on, that if you are able to explicitly teach students the areas of language comprehension and word recognition and continue to give them practice to where it becomes more automatic, they become fluent readers.
Ms. Hutchinson.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm very excited about this presentation, so I am going to interrupt you
That's
in
okay.
between. I apologize. Going back to iReady, you
Yes.
spoke about this assessment being adaptive.
Mhm.
Is that similar to the new state test?
Yes. So, yep. So all 3 of the assessments we provide, iReady, Amira, and what I'll talk about next in iExcel, they're all adaptive assessments, and that's what the new state test, the NJSLA and the NJGPA are moving to. With the exception of science. Science is not going to be adaptive this year, where they're able to offer easier and harder questions based on how students respond to be able to really pinpoint their, what is like that perfect sweet spot for them and their proficiency.
And I think you and I talked about this at one of the committee meetings, and we spoke about Lexile level or DRA level, but you have a mirror here.
Yes.
Does that provide the level where the student is?
Yep. So if you can go to the next, yes. Amira gives us information about a lot of different areas. So each area of the reading rope will get a score for that student to tell us whether they need catching up, whether they're on track, or whether they're ahead of their expected grade level. One of the things that students will receive is in Amira, they call it an ARM level. It's the Amira reading measurement. And it's a very simple to understand level. So when you see like Lexile levels, it's like 1200, 1650. And as a parent, you're like, what does that mean? Or when you do reading A to Z, they have like you're on a reading level K. None of those things really mean anything to parents. In Amira, what it offers is your reading level is a 2.5. And that means that you're reading at a second grade level in the 5th month of second grade. So it really tells you very clearly at what grade level you're reading, and then you can look for books that are appropriate for that kind of grade level. Because a lot of times when you look at like Scholastic or Barnes & Noble or anything like that, they classify their readers at grade levels. They say these are appropriate for either ages or grade levels. So it really helps our families find books for students that are right for them at the time.
So that information is shared with the parents?
Yeah, so after Amira is done, the window actually closes this week. Within a certain amount of time, we submit the information to the state, and then we will send home a parent report to all the families in K through 3 who took the assessment.
So let me ask you, you administer probably in the fall, winter, spring.
Yes.
A child gets a 2.5 in the spring. Does that child need interventions?
It depends on what grade level they're in.
2.5.
So
we're going to assume second grade.
Okay, so if they receive a 2.5 in the spring of second grade, they are pretty much on track. They might need a little bit of reinforcement, but because they're reading at they're reading at the middle of second grade level. So you figure in the spring, in about April, that's almost the end of second grade, which would be a 2.9. So if you're at a 2.5, you're pretty close. It's not like your grade level is behind.
Okay, I'll disagree with that, but okay.
I'm not saying that they don't need intervention, but it's not drastic intervention. It's not intense intervention.
Absolutely.
They need a little bit of reinforcement.
But the 2.5 tells us that
It's
they
not on
are
grade level.
mid-year.
Yes. So if
learning.
it's April of second grade and they're receiving a 2.5, they're not at grade level, but they're very close.
Okay.
Okay. The other great thing about Amira, here's an example of some of the district level data that we get back from Amira. Here you can see all of our areas of the reading rope and a numerical value associated with each. These values are the average percentile ranking of our district compared to all students who took the Amira assessment across the nation. What that means is that, for example, in decoding, which is noted as DEC in the top left of the image, the average student in our district is scoring higher than 52% of all students across the nation who took the assessment. It also is telling us that the average student in our district is scoring on track for their grade level expectation. The other great thing about Amira, thank you, is that students can access Amira. It's not only an assessment tool, it's also a tutoring tool. So Amira Tutor is a program that students can access at any time at home via Clever, where they're able to practice reading passages to Amira, receive support, receive coaching, receive scaffolded supports to be able to practice all those areas that in the reading rope to help build up their fluency. In grades 6 through 12, we administer IXL, which is...
Before you move.
Yep.
So it's hard, and I'm a former teacher, educator. It's hard not to take these things personal when a child doesn't do well. But I would say instead of focusing on that aspect of it and who is to blame, it's about finding solutions, right? I'm looking at the data that you just presented in the previous slide. Yes. And when I look at 52% of our students doing better than others in decoding, that's of concern to me, particularly when we know that in math and science, students need that skill to really break down a word problem, as well as vocabulary. So I do commend you for looking at this data critically, but don't be shy about saying, we got work to do.
Yeah, so some things to keep in mind about this data, it's very generalized. This is taking into account all students from K through 5 and averaging their score. So you're getting K students who, many of them are pre-readers or are just starting to read, and then 5th graders, and we're averaging that score out. So while this information is good, it's good to see and good to think about, it's not, we would have to drill down more to be able to target specific grades and things to see where they are on the reading rope.
Oh, that's wonderful. Maybe we'll invite you back next month so we can see some grade level
All
real
right.
data.
The last assessment that I'll talk about tonight in terms of our district data is iExcel. This is an assessment that we give in grades 6 through 12. It's very similar to iReady, but it's much more, the interface is much more appropriate for our older learners. The questions adjust based on the student responses, just like in iReady and just like on the NJSLA. What we get back from this is real-time diagnostic levels. By here they call them strands. Previously we called them domains. It's groups of skills. Growth snapshots of progress over time. The other great thing about iExcel is we're able to identify standards alignment. So every diagnostic report from iExcel, we're able to look at each student and see specifically for the NJSLS where that student is landing in terms of their proficiency, recommended practice activities for them that can be done in iExcel, because like Amira, iExcel is also a practice tool. So students can access iExcel at home. A lot of our teachers use it as a resource to supplement instruction and supplement practice for students who maybe need some differentiation, whether that's they need enrichment and pushing, because every student can access skills from 6th through 12th grade. So if you're a 7th grader who is flying, you can access skills from 11th grade, 12th grade based on whatever your diagnostic is. So we're able to really meet the students where they are and give them remediation or enrichment based on whatever they need. So students can access that at home too to be able to practice, and again, that's accessible through Clever.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. So this is a lot of data that we have coming in. We get all these assessments, we get all these information. Each assessment has like 10 different reports that we can pull to give us different information. But that class and district data is some of the most valuable data that we have because we can act on it in real time. It gives us the clearest picture of what's working and what's not working and where we need to improve. And it allows us to strengthen instruction, support students, and refine our curriculum right when it needs to happen. The third level of data that we have is our state level data. The state data, specifically the NJSLA, which we're going to talk about tonight, is one metric that we use to identify if all those decisions that we made in reaction to the class and district data are keeping us on track.
We're going to switch gears and move on to kind of what we have to do tonight, which is deliver to you the state testing data, the NJSLA data. As many of you may know, the NJSLA data, the test is changing, as we referenced earlier. The biggest change is that it will become an adaptive assessment, meaning that it adjusts in real time based on how a student responds. We are currently, right now, actually we started today, administering the field test for that. Ironically, the field test is not adaptive, but it will be in the spring. We're doing that this week at 4 of our schools throughout the district, and in 2 weeks we'll be doing the other schools as well.
Mr. Wojcik.
Yes.
You guys are going to kill us tonight, we're just excited about this presentation. You can do it now. We're going to continue with Ms. Hutchinson before you continue your section.
Yes.
I'd like the record to show that I said I'd like to wait until the end, but I'm going to go ahead and ask my questions anyway.
I don't want to be the only one.
So I just wanted to say, as a parent of a child with a reading disability and who I've seen using a mirror at home, I cannot express how good it really is. It's costing me $5 a week because if my daughter does one lesson a day, it's $1 a day. But she pushes back, but it's beautiful for her to sit there. It's independent. As she's reading, if she gets stuck, it's automatically saying, I notice that you're having a difficulty with this word, and then it'll actually prompt her and show her moving the lips of how to say that. So if parents have not used it, please ask your child. I think it's we know we're supposed to be reading to them. Sometimes we get busy. It does not replace the time that you read with your child, but like today where I'll be here late, she knows she can just log in, tell a story, reads it. She now knows that, it gives her a track of how fast she read and her accuracy, and now she's like, Mommy, my accuracy went up. So I just wanted to share with everyone from a parent perspective how much I really appreciate that. So I don't want to downgrade iReady, but she's much more excited about this, and I think it really gets at the heart of her reading more. So thank you for that. I had a question. I want to go back, or not a question, it's a comment, because I need to advocate for science and social studies instruction. So if we go back to that Scarborough's reading rope, I think one of the issues that we're really noticing with children today and the difficulty with reading is that we understand that in order for children to read, they have to have background knowledge. And I think dinner table conversations have eroded a little bit. I think just the kind of conversation that children are exposed to have changed. And so therefore, it is really hard for them to read something and be able to grasp, specifically when we're talking about nonfiction text. So with that, I cannot urge enough the importance of making sure that we have social studies, good social studies, and good science instruction in the classroom. Because we know that the experiences that we can do hands-on with science and social studies, first of all, we know that those are the two biggest areas right now where we're really experiencing challenges in this world. So for students to have those hands-on experiences and to then read about them, write about them, that is how we continue to support literacy. I do not want to see us doing 5 hours of literacy in a classroom. For a child like mine who struggles with reading, we want to help them. We're going to help them through social studies and through science. So I just want to make that point clear and on the record. Also, I would like to understand what HFW stands for, because I figured out all the other ones, but not that puzzle piece.
So there are different words here. It's a sight recognition. It's high frequency words. Previously, when we looked at balanced literacy or whole language, there was a belief that those words, we call them now heart words. There's actually going to be a parent session about heart words that our elementary instructional coaches are going to lead. They're the words that they don't follow the rules. They don't make the sounds that they're supposed to make. So we used to believe that you just kind of had to memorize them, and that's when we used to have sight words, and you would memorize the list of sight words. And like in first grade, there was a list of 100 that you had to get through. We don't really practice that much anymore. There are some sight words that you do kind of just start to learn, but we really encourage our students to start to understand why that word doesn't make the sound it should, and to memorize that vowel combination or that letter combination rather than the word in a whole. So HFW stands for high frequency words or sight words.
I would have gotten that eventually. The last piece that I want to know, and this is always a challenge, right? Obviously, I have a little bit of background in education, so I can understand this. A lot of parents don't. And before I had the current role that I have, and where I was a high school physics teacher, I could not tell you any of this piece. I cannot stress the importance of those parent-teacher conferences and this information really being communicated to parents. And that is one area that I think our district can improve on. I think it's really important that when a parent comes in, it is wonderful to hear how great a child is. I understand sometimes there are discipline issues that become the bigger piece, because if the child's not ready to learn, this becomes a moot point. But I think it's really important that we have the buy-in from the staff, and that teacher and parent, like that's the first relationship and connection. So I encourage the parents to ask the questions, what is the data available? And I encourage from the district to make sure that we work with teachers about what should be communicated at a parent-teacher conference. What does it mean? What is the next thing I can do? What are the next questions? I think those literacy nights are great, but we have to make sure that those few times that we really have a teacher and parent coming together, this information has to be communicated, not about whether I'm on grade level or not, but what am I doing next to continue for growth? And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do want to say that I love the fact that you share that from a parent's perspective, and how important it is for us to work as partners with the parents to make sure that the students learn. And I do still believe in memorizing those sight words, okay? There may be a science behind it, but it worked for me. I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Mary Ellen Patrico. Did I say that correctly? And Miss, I apologize, I'm not good with names. Miss Lipstein. I haven't said your name in a while. Through your grant, she was able to actually implement what you were referring to, which is applying those nonfiction literacy skills in a real environment, a science environment. Everybody thinks that only ELA teachers are literacy teachers, but math teachers, science teachers, social studies teachers should also engage students in literacy development. So congratulations to you for having an awesome summer program, doing just that. And Ms. Lipstein, thank you to you for those grants that afforded us or some of our teachers the opportunity to address those critical standards. So thank you. Thank you. Mr. Wojcik, you may continue.
Oh, I wanted to jump in. This isn't part of the presentation, but you said something that sparked something for me about mathematics and literacy. When I was younger, there was no literacy in math at all. It was all algorithmic. We sat in rows. The teacher taught us how to multiply fractions. I did 20 problems of multiplying fractions. The next day I showed up, I learned how to divide fractions. I did 20 problems of dividing fractions. You know, as I grew up, I never really understood that when you multiply fractions, like 1/2 times 1/2, it equals 1/4, right? Isn't that strange that the product decreases? I always thought when you multiplied, the answer is supposed to get bigger, right? But it doesn't. Or when you divide fractions, 2 divided by 1/2, isn't it supposed to get smaller? But it doesn't. The answer is 4. That's strange. And so learning this algorithmically, right, I never really understood like what was happening in mathematics at all. And I became an adult that still didn't understand it. And now what I see is, even if you look, the next section, we're going to talk about state data. I'm going to hand it back to Craig, but on the state tests, some of the questions in math, there's 3 different kinds of questions. Level 1 questions are algorithmic like we're used to, but level 2 and level 3 are not. They require students to read, to understand what you're reading, to apply a strategy, and then the toughest part, I guess, is to communicate in writing what you're doing. And so much of that is not historically what we think mathematics is, but it is now, right? And so what that means is in math class, you're not only teaching math anymore, but what we're working with teachers to do is you're teaching these literacy skills to math teachers so they can use in the math classroom, right? So as a math teacher, when I first started, I had no idea what a noticing routine was, or stop and jot, or 3 read. But now what we're doing is we're working with math teachers to teach them this so that they're also helping teach the literacy piece in math. Sorry.
That's okay.
That was beautiful, Mr. Cohen. Beautiful, just beautiful. Thank you.
And now I'm going to bring us back to boring. So we're going to switch gears. We're going to start digging into our state level NJSLA data from last year. As I mentioned, we are doing our field test right now. We should be done with that in the next couple of weeks. Just to remind you, as far as NJSLA goes, who tests? This is in English and Language Arts, it's administered in grades 3 through 9. Mathematics, it's administered in grades 3 through 8. Algebra 1 and 9th grade geometry. And then for science, it is administered in grades 5, 8, and 11. And tonight, we'll look into 3 key data sets: overall grade level proficiency and growth, our proficiency and growth compared to the state, and our demographic data. Keep in mind, tonight's results represents district-wide performance. Each building and their building administrator will hold meetings in their building with their staff and with their families to dig deeper into individual building data. So we're going to focus tonight on district-level data. And so with that in mind, I'm going to hand it back to Dr. Cohen.
Okay. So I had the job tonight to do my best to orient you to all of this math and this data that you're going to see and to unpack a little bit of it for you. If Mr. Ferroni was here, I would have given him a pop quiz on math, but since he's not here, I'll have to give it to somebody else. The first thing I want to do is, or if you're in the audience or the board, I want to orient you to what you're actually seeing here, okay? Because the next 4 or 5 slides are basically this slide, just with different data sets. So if you can understand this slide and what's on it, you'll be able to understand the subsequent slides, okay? So the slide you're seeing right now is focused in language arts. So it's our language arts data from grades 3 through 9. So the rows are the grade 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then the first column is total proficiency. So this represents students who scored proficient at that particular grade level. So if you look at grade 3, 44% of the students in grade 3 scored proficient on the NJSLA at that level, okay? And if you look at the column to the right of it, where it says changes in level 4 and 5, what this represents is growth from the year before to last year. So what you can see is in grade 3, there was a +4, it means a 4% growth from the previous year to this past spring. Okay? Does that make sense so far?
No.
Nope.
I have a
Okay.
question. From one 3rd grade cohort to another, though, right? Different students?
Right, so we're not talking about cohorts yet. What we're talking about is grade 3.
So how this have grown +4% if the students didn't test in the 2nd grade?
It's
yes.
That's what I'm saying. Two
Different
different
kids.
3rd grade
Students.
cohorts.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had the question
Okay.
right, Ms.
Sorry.
Faria?
Sorry, I thought you were talking about students over time.
Got him. I just wanted to verify that.
Okay. Make sense so far? Okay. So let's just go through some of this on this slide just to make sure everyone's oriented to it, and then we'll unpack it a bit. So grade 4, 49% of the students were proficient, and that was an increase from the year before at grade 4 of 3%. Grade 5, 43% proficient, and it's a decrease of 7% at that grade level, okay? Grade 6, 60% proficient, and that's an increase from the year before of 10%. Grade 7, 51% proficient, increase of 4%. Grade 8, 53%, increase of 2%. And then grade 9, 37%, and we see a decrease of 6% there, okay? So let's pause for a second and unpack this a bit, okay? Okay. So when we look at this, what we tend to see is in 5 of the 7 grade levels, there is improvement. There's an increase at that particular grade level. And at 2 of the 7, there's a negative growth, so a decrease, okay? Our greatest increase we can see is in 6th grade, with an increase of 10%, which is encouraging. And then we see declines, like I said, in grades 5 and in grades 9. What you can't see in this data set, and what we know, is every single place that there's improvement up there in grades 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. That's where we had an instructional coach. Where we didn't have improvement, we didn't have an instructional coach there yet. We do now, but we didn't have it then. Okay? And one of the things to remember, and I think Craig, Mr. Wojcik had mentioned this before when he was talking about the classroom system, is that the coach is a structure that's working within a system. Okay? So remember what the coach does. The coach is there daily in PLCs supporting teachers, co-planning lessons, co-creating common assessments, analyzing data with the teacher, staff, supporting instruction, going in, teaching lessons with the teacher. And so we see, at least in this data set, that had a positive impact. Perhaps it was one of the variables that had a positive impact at certain grade levels. I'm going to move forward, and I'm going to release the state data now. Okay? So this is state data in ELA, and I'm going to go slow through this just to make sure everyone is oriented and understands it. Let's start with grade 3. So it's the same exact chart with the state right next to our district data. So you can see in grade 3, at the state level, 45% of the state in grade 3 is proficient, and they increased by 1%. Okay? Grade 4, 54% proficient, there was an increase of 3. Grade 5, 52% proficient, the state had a 0% increase there. Grade 6, 56% proficient, the state increased by 3%. Grade 7, and you can see 57%, there was an increase of 3. Grade 8, 57, increase of 4. Grade 9, 50%, and the state decreased by 8%. Okay, so let's unpack this a little bit because you can see the numbers up there. So let's kind of unpack some of the descriptive statistics up here. So generally speaking, in language arts, when we compare Union's growth to the state, you can see that generally speaking, we're growing at similar rates at many grade levels. And in some cases, right, we're outpacing the state. In fact, if you look at 6th grade, right, that's a parade-worthy number there. The state grew at 3%, and we grew at 10%, 3 times the state. And what I see up there is it's one of the spots where we've now surpassed the state as far as total proficiency. In 9th grade, I see that that's an area that both the state and the district declined. Okay, we can see in 9th grade, we went down by 6, they went down by 8. So it looks like that's consistent with the broader trend there. You'll notice though in 5th, right, that seems like an outlier, a bit of an outlier on this page. Particularly because it's inconsistent with the state trends. Okay, so, and that's something we've recognized, and we've already begun to address that this year by bringing some of that common assessments and the coach. We now have a coach in common assessments in 5th grade, which we previously did not have in previous years. And so that is our English language arts data. I'm going to move on to math. Okay? All right.
I'm going to slow
Yes.
So I think obviously there's a lot of growth still or to be done, right? And I think we can all admit to that. But I want to point something out because there are some places that I think we do have to look at to see what's happening. The question of the same group of students. So if I'm understanding this correctly, I'm going to look at third grade. So the third grade class in spring of 2025 scored 44% of those students passed, meaning they either had a 4 or a 5, showing proficiency in ELA. That is a 4% increase from spring of 2024. That means that the third grade class in spring of 2024, only 40% of those students passed. Those would be the fourth grade students of 2025. That means that you actually took that third grade class with the new reading program from 40% to 49% this year. That is a 9% increase for that class that is currently the fourth graders now. Or I'm sorry, currently fifth graders right now. Because they were fourth graders last year, third graders the year before. So I think, and then we have years where we're going to go down. So we noticed that in grade 9, they went down because grade 8 the year before would have been 51%. And then we're going to 37 now. But we also know that when students transition from one school to another, we understand that there's a reversal in that scores. So yes, there's so much to improve on here. I think we're in the right direction. I think that I have faith that the team is doing what they need to be done. But I think there's also other things to celebrate because taking a third grade class from 40% to 49%, I think that's something that's worth celebrating. We're not there. Right? By no means. I want to see 100% passing in our school district. But I think we also have to celebrate the small wins. So I just want to say that.
Yeah, thanks for.
Nicely said, Ms. Faria. Ms. Conte-Mackey?
Yeah, that was amazingly said. But sometimes we have to be real and really own the reality of what we're seeing. And as a parent with a child in the district, this is kind of concerning to me to see this level. So what I would recommend is when we're having the meetings, because to invest in a school, to want your children to have to have people want to have faith in our district is to show that we have higher numbers. So explaining this, while I understand, and thank you for that, Gita, this is still kind of concerning to me as I look at these scores, and we haven't even gotten to the math, which I happen to look at, and I'm clutching my imaginary pearls. And so this goes back to the discussion point of how are we capturing this ahead of time? We talked with Ms. Ahern and the counselors looking at the grade book, or looking at, the teachers doing their part and everyone doing their part, but it's a collaborative effect, right? And while you will explain this away to make it sound nice, it's pretty low. Do we have, Dr. Benacosta, I guess, Dr. Rodriguez, how we got here?
So I can't go back in time, but when I took over as superintendent, I was very clear. I think it was one of our first meetings. I said where we were. Nobody before said that.
Yeah.
Why I say that again is, again, we're dealing with what we had before. And we could waste time going back and say, well, we didn't deal with phonics back then. We didn't hit in on literacy. We got a new platform. None of the stuff before was really working to help our kids. Today we're recognizing it's helping. But the other thing I said is we need years to sustain what we're doing. So when I see growth, I'm happy. I know we're trending in the right direction. There's going to be times, like the team said, that we see a dip and we got to analyze why. What happened in 5th grade last year? We got to dive into it and find out for ourselves to say, how can we then improve that? It's not going to always be perfect, but overall, across the board, the amount of growth we are seeing in our district, in my mind, is amazing. If we could sustain that, just like 6th grade, we're going to be above the state in every grade eventually. And then from there, then we work on even increasing it more. So I was very transparent in the beginning and said, I'm not happy. And I was upset that more parents weren't at our meetings. when 60% or what was it, 40s, high 40s in some grade levels were not proficient. I don't care what they see on the report card.
No, I know.
This
but
is the
just
data
to
that
touch
parents,
base, we can't make, we always say the parents, you know, I am educated, master's level, deals with data, the whole 9 yards. And I, as a parent, do check on my child, and I don't understand this. So sometimes when the parent is there, we can't make the
so
assumption.
I do agree 100%, and I was
Okay.
actually having some conversations. We have to dive deeper into what data we're giving our parents. We talked about, and later, we don't have to talk about it now, but profile sheets. So it brings all the data together for that child, for that parent, but not just hand it to them. We have to have conversations. So like it was mentioned at the parent-teacher conference, we got to say, all right, these are all the sets of data that is showing how your child's progressing or where interventions your child needs. We can't just go by one set. We can't go by grades. We talk about in the future bringing standard-based grading at the elementary because I want to throw out grades at the elementary. I want to know the kids are growing in other ways because that is only one set that might not be accurate to identify a student's 2 grade levels below in reading. So there's a lot of work we still need to do, but I have to say as a superintendent of schools, it makes me very happy to see we are, and I do believe in the team, to keep us moving and everyone that's working together, because this is collaborative. It's not just, it's families, it's here, but we gotta stick together and keep pushing, because this is not acceptable. Where we are is not where we wanna be tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Dr. Benacuesta, Ms. Kante-Mackey. You're absolutely right. This is not something to absolutely celebrate, although there are some highlights, Ms. Faria. And Dr. Benacuesta, I want to say I thank you for your honesty, because you can come up here and feed us all kinds of things, but the reality is you understand when you took on this job where you were. The reality is this doesn't happen in one night. This is years upon years of, I would hate to say this, kind of neglect. So the fact that I see you all working and understanding where we are, you know, one of the reasons I went to the operations committee meeting, I went to the education committee, and we engaged in a very tough but very productive conversation. One of the reasons why you're learning tonight about some of the platforms in the district is because these individuals have finally began to assess the instructional resources that we have to make sure that they complement one another to get us results. So it's not where we want to be, and we can't lie about that because we know parents look at this and that's not where they want to be. When we speak about student success, we have to acknowledge that. But are we doing the work to improve that? Absolutely. So thank you.
And sometimes you got to remember when you're starting to change practices, it's hard for some people to reflect and change. And we're also facing those kind of things along the way, but we're not going to stop because we're doing the right things today.
Thank you.
I wanted to take a second to pull us away from what we were going over the data for a second. Ms. Mackey, you had referenced about getting data to the parents and making sure that we're communicating to them. Over the last year or so, we've been working as the team developing a framework for us to follow so that we can make changes over the years. What we're talking to you about tonight is part of our data system. And within our data system, we've been working to organize our data in a more accurate, so that we have a data warehouse, so that we have all of our data in one place, so that we can look at it together, exactly. And what we use is Linkit. Within Linkit, there's a parent hub that we have access to, and it's one of those things that we're gonna be looking into to push out to parents so that they can have access. So just like we have access to be able to see all of our students' data and be able to make changes, use our coaches, push that into the classrooms. We want our parents to be able to look at that data at home and be able to make changes and support their children where they need support. So those are things that we are working on.
I really do, because, you know, we have all these, you know, and I'll tell you, I need data for dummies, right? So that I can assess for my kid. You know, I just don't want us to make the assumptions, you know, that we truly can dig deep and understand this, and then it becomes a finger pointing. Whose fault is it? Who's responsible? Is it the teachers? Is it the administration? Is it counseling? Is it the superintendent? It's not clear. So we see this. We have a community that holds us accountable. We all hold each other respectfully accountable. And it's just understanding that as a parent reading this, I need to understand how it pertains to my kid. You know, and if my kid, just looking at this, how is my kid learning if the other 60% are not doing well in the classroom? So this is what I'm looking at in this scope of this. And I honor, yes, we've gone through leaps and battles. We used to be here till 1 o'clock in the morning. So I do commend that, we are moving in a better direction. However, we need to be more engaging. And I also don't want to, I can't miss where it's like, I do get these papers at home with like, oh, your son got a such and such and such, and he's below or he's above, and super smart, but becomes totally oblivious to this data in front of me. And we have to keep that in mind in the communication to parents. And also not to say we've sent this out to parents, they got it, we sent them an email, we sent them a letter, and we're giving them
did our job.
information.
Wash your hands,
We did
yeah.
our hand.
Yeah.
It just doesn't, that's not realistic, and that's why the grades are like this, and it's not a partnership.
Understood, and that's what we're trying to move towards, to having more of a partnership instead of our data living in silos, where even us at the district level, principals at the building level, teachers in the classrooms, and parents at home, where we all didn't have access to the data, we're now developing these systems where we have access to it, where we can make changes at the district level. Principals can collaborate with parents and teachers to make changes at that level as well.
I'm just going to bring it back to a parent perspective again. It's so hard to keep track of all of this, but I want to, if you got the letter at home with your child's scores, there is a code and a website. If you go to the website and you put that code in, it actually gives you a video that talks exactly about your child's data in comparison to the school and the district. It makes it much more understandable, but you do have to log in. The nice thing is if you log in, it's the same code for your child. So when I log in, I can see how my kids have done and progressed over since they've started taking the assessments back 3rd, 4th grade, depending on when they started with COVID. So please, 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 if you're not sure, maybe ask your guidance counselor, ask the teacher. But there's a code at the bottom. There's a website. You redeem the code. It is a beautiful, 3-4 minute video. It's animated. It shows exactly here's where the school performed, here's where the district performed, here's where your child performed, and the things that it can be done. So, yes, I understand there has to be a partnership, but this partnership includes parents as well.
Mathematics. It's time to clutch our pearls.
Math it is. Math it is.
Okay. Mathematics. So again, like the previous table you saw, it's the same table setup. Okay, so on the left-hand side, what you're looking at is total proficiency, and on the right-hand side is growth at that grade level compared to the year before. Okay, so let's just look through this. Let's unpack what's up here. Okay, so what we see here is I think there's 8 grade levels up here, and in 6 of them, we do see an increase from the previous year. In 2, 5th grade and Algebra 1, we do see a decrease there. Okay? Interestingly, if you think back to the ELA chart, this almost mirrors that. Yep. In that the growth happened at pretty much the same exact grade levels, and the negative growth happened pretty much at the same exact grade levels. Right? So that's interesting. And when I think about this, last year was the first year that we had a coach in math at the middle school level. We also had coaches they focused in ELA, but it's the same teacher they're coaching there. Okay? The elementary teachers teach math and language. So they were coached by a teacher there.
And I'm sorry. So, we know, say every the teachers in the audience and you, that there's certain grades that there's the dip that happens, that they go down. So what are we doing that's proactive to capture that dip? That's where the coaches come in. And how do we identify those teachers? So are we looking at the grades and saying, you know what, this math class, because there's a lot of math class in the middle school levels and around. How are we pinpointing that?
I think maybe I'll start and I can turn it over to one of them.
Yeah.
For me, it goes back to what Craig said in the beginning. And I mentioned this at a previous board meeting maybe. Rick Dufour talked about this idea of loose and tight, right? There are some things in a district, in a school, in a class that have to be tight. This is what we do here. There's no wiggle room, right? And then there are some things in a school that can be a bit loose, right? And give people flexibility. For us, what is tight are these common assessments. What that allows us to do, and that's what we're building out in the district. We don't have it, it's not ubiquitous yet in the district. We started at the middle school. What this allows us to do, and I think we had some examples up there, is every single teacher is co-creating this, is identifying standards, right? Working together with a coach. We're identifying what mastery of those standards looks like, and we're teaching towards mastery. We're now able to see, because we're putting it on a platform, where we did well with those standards and where we didn't do well. And we're able to look at that by building, by grade, and also by teacher, right? And so we didn't have this in place just 2 years ago. We didn't even have this in place, well, we had it in place last year, but in specific spots. One of the goals from this department, and I think Craig had mentioned this is something we believe in. We believe that this should be tight, that we should be working in PLCs, collaborating, having support for teachers through this coaching, right? The other thing you think about, we have 3 professional development days a year.
Right.
Right? We have 3. That means there's 3 times we're supporting teachers, but the coach is there every single day, supporting teachers day in and day out.
I would challenge you, Mr. Cohen. When we speak, and it's one of the saddest things in education, Ms. Lipstein and I can read an article and discuss it, and that is professional learning. We have 185 professional learning days in the year. It is up to us what we do with it. Because it's not just students that are learners. We are the main learners. So whether in the hallway, which I used to do with my math teachers, we would discuss a problem and go back into the classroom. During lunch, you're discussing an instructional strategy or an assessment. Every opportunity you have to continue learning and growing professionally so that you could bring that into the classroom so that students can learn. I apologize. It's something that is very close and near to me because I hear people speaking about professional development in a very finite and small way. And as educators, we cannot afford to limit our growth and learning. Thank you.
Okay, so let's reveal the state data. Okay, so state data, let's unpack this. A couple of things you can see here. Generally speaking, if you look at the growth, okay, let's start there. It's similar to the district growth, okay, generally speaking. In many of the grades, we're moving in the same direction as the state. Another thing, and if we take math, and I think this was brought up, if we compare it to ELA, the chart we saw previously, there's more of a difference here between the districts and the state means or the state averages. These are a bit further apart, right? In ELA, they were a bit closer. So like it was said before, there's work to be done here. And additionally, we see again, in some of the grade levels, there's a more notable gap, right? You know, some that come to mind, I see fifth, and I see some at the high school level. Okay, so that's something we're aware of. We've noticed that. And again, it's something we're working on here.
Dr. Cohen?
What I would say, you have to ask the president. I'm sorry. Feeling some kind of way. What I will say about this data, it's heartbreaking, trail of tears, but we're not alone in this. Math is always, you know, does worse than ELA. And science, okay, I'm just saying. But I am encouraged to see that our youngsters, our third graders, kind of outperform the other cohorts. So obviously, we're setting a stronger foundation than usual. Minus COVID, I think we're moving in the right direction. So that makes me happy.
I want to add to that. By the time we get to third grade, it's too late.
Absolutely.
What we need.
I love that.
One of the places that we are focusing on, and sometimes it's overlooked, is K1 and 2. And the thing is, it's overlooked often because it's not tested. And so people start with interventions, they start in third grade. It's too late by then. You know, so what I believe is that you need to start in K1 and 2. And what we're seeing is this focus, and we had a PD right in the beginning of the year for our elementary teachers on numeracy and fluency. And one of the reasons, if you look at any of the data, numeracy at that earliest age predicts future math success. So again, there has to be a focus in K1 and 2 on numeracy and fluency. And that's some of what I was talking about before with the multiplying, but...
Mr. Cohen, inaccuracy.
Oh,
The new standards reflect not just fluency, but also accuracy.
Oh, accuracy. Oh, I thought you said inaccuracy.
No. So, no, I'm going along with what you're saying, but one of the things that we had students do was wrote, right?
Memorization.
Memorization. And sometimes we didn't check if what they were writing 100 times was correct. So it's been added to the standards. Accuracy is a major component of at that foundational level.
There's a difference between memorizing and knowing something from memory. It doesn't seem like there's a difference there. When you've memorized something, you can spit it back without understanding it, but when you know it from memory, you can also spit it back rather quickly, but you can explain it, right? And I think this gets to your point, is that, you know, I can easily add or multiply 10 times 14, like, well, that's an easy one, but like 12 times 14. Why? Because I know 10 times 14 and 4 times 14. That's fluency, right? It's accuracy, efficiency, and flexibility. That's the definition of it, okay? How did I start talking about this?
We spoke about how pre-K, I will stand corrected, because pre-K has a major role in that. Up to 2 is a major grade levels to set that foundation. Yes?
That's right, I'm sorry.
I am sharp tonight. I don't know what's going on. I think this is back brace. Maria.
Dr. Cohen, can you explain a little bit just so that everybody understands, because we're looking at that grade 8 and we see the 11%, and I think it's just important for the community to understand the nuance with 8th grade math, Algebra 1, geometry. That's a little bit different than ELA.
Yeah, if you look at the state as well as the district, you see this drop from 7th grade to 8th grade. And you start to say, what happened here? The state dropped by almost 20%, and then in 7th grade, we dropped almost by 20%. What's going on there? What happens there, and mathematics is really the only place that this happens, is that students are able to take algebra in 8th grade. Because they take algebra in 8th grade, those students take the algebra assessment. And so those scores previously that were in 7th grade, because they all took the 7th grade assessment, now many of our students, and many of the students at the state, you can see, take the algebra assessment in 8th grade. And so those scores are not in the 8th grade score. So that's what tends to happen in 8th grade. And this isn't specific to Union. I want to make that clear. This happens on a state level. It happens on a national level in other states as well.
Ms. San, you have a follow-up?
I just had a follow-up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms.
Go ahead.
Ms. Santana, then Ms. Conte Mackey.
Thank you, respectfully. So, as many of you know, we went to the New Jersey School Boards Association, the convention last week, and I sat in a lot of rooms. I believe Ms. Faria and Mr. Nasta were in this room that I sat in. And I think that I'm in a room right now with many brains to the umptieth degree in math and science and education, right? There was one educator, superintendent, I really don't remember the exact, that said, I'm sorry, I'm a little under the weather. He said like this, he went to Japan, right? And when he went to Japan, he found out that what they do there is they are teaching their children to be scientists. That's it. Nothing else other than to be scientists. Everything revolves around making scientists. As if they want to walk around for languages, they have a phone, and the phone translates for them. Why is America so behind? Why is Jersey so behind? Why is Union so behind? When we have people on the other side of the world that all they do is breed their children just on this one thing. And then I see these numbers, and it's mind-boggling to me. I don't know the answer. I don't think that you guys know. But together, that's what I want. Why can't we breed them? I want all of mine, all 7. I want them to be scientists. And why can't we do that? That blew my mind. Thank you.
Excellent point, Ms. Santana, and something that Mr. Cohen and I a few years ago engaged in. I encourage you to look at the TIMSS scores, the PISA scores, and it'll help you understand a little bit about what the expectations in the different countries are versus us. With that, I'm going to move along to Ms. Conte Mackey and then Ms. Faria.
Right. So Dr. Cohen, just because this has been, so my son is now a senior in college, and back at 7th, 8th grade, same scenario happened. These kids were all super smart, all doing great, got to 8th grade, and then they were all getting D's. And then I don't know if you were around back then, probably not. Seriously, he was around? I think so. And what was told was that there was the state level thing. So what's the fix of it? So is it that now that we have these instructional coaches in place that we can get ahead of this math dip that happens? I mean, you know, to echo my partner over here, you know, while the state is great, we're serving Union. So what can we do within Union to kind of get ahead of this? Because JJ's now is a senior, getting ready to graduate. These same issues existed back when he was at Kiwami. So we know that this happened. So is it the instructional coach program now that's going to help us get ahead to at least get that to 40? Or is this what we should expect because this is the gap of this area? But if we know, Dr. Cohen, that that's what the problem is, then how are we on being proactive, at least for Union? I can't control the state to get these grades, this percentage up. Because while we can say whatever we want, 11% is never going to be acceptable for me ever. So it is what it is, and we can go through the whole semantics and stories and loopholes of it. 11% in math is not acceptable. So what can we do? We have things in place, but what's our offense? Like how are we gonna at least get this to at least 30%?
I don't know if there's one specific panacea here. I think it's many variables that have to come together. Number one, you kind of referenced it before and I talked about it, there has to be systems in place that everyone is aware of in the different subject areas in math. And that's talking about this common assessment cycle. It's making sure that teachers understand the math, right? Understands the different pedagogies of math, how to teach it. Also making sure that we're identifying students who might need additional support, who've fallen behind. It's adding in perhaps intervention periods to support those students. So we're working at tier 1 in the classroom. We're working at tier 2. And then it's also including parents and families in this. And we've talked about that previously, so that everyone is aware of what we're learning, what we're providing support for parents and families so they can help their students at home.
I apologize because I hate these nights because we have to look at this data and we have to understand it, but there are so many other things that play a role in this. I think one of the things that's really critical to understand for math is that Algebra 1 is a high school class. You have plenty of college students who go to college and still have to take out algebra, college algebra. It's the same algebra that we are teaching to our 8th grade students. Fair or not fair, there is this pressure to get our students to all go to calculus. So there's this movement of algebra for all in 8th grade so that our students can take geometry, algebra 2, pre-calc, and calculus. How many of you have calculus? How many of you use calculus every single day? Yet we are trying to educate every child for calculus when we've heard all night long, not all of our students are even going to college. Why are we pushing them to calculus? I would argue that, and I think it's been evident tonight, what we need more of statistics. Why aren't we trying to get all kids to statistics so we can understand how to look at this data? So we can understand why it's 11%. And this is not a take on anyone here, but we have to understand that the objectives of education are not meant to see our kids succeed. They are meant to show our kids failing. And this is one of those tests. You'll look at the next science data. That is my job. I have to sit here and explain, why is the state average on a state test 18% passing? That's bad test design. If any teacher in any school district had 18% passing rate, they would not be hired back. But yet this state keeps bringing back the same test. So while I understand the passion, I am all here for we need to improve. We need to understand the other stories that it's easy for paper that we're failing. But I do not think our kids are failing. And I think we have to be careful to not make that statement out there, because I think there's great work that's being done. And how many of you go to work where your work gets judged on a test? I don't. I get judged on my performance, my work with teachers, their development, student engagement. And so while this is just 1 point, and for all intents and purposes, with the exception of the NJGPA, it has no bearing on the individual student. So I cannot tell you how many times I've walked through a testing room, and kids are sitting there, and guess what? 5 minutes into the test, they are done. And here we are judging a failing school system based on kids and parents who don't put value on that test. And that might be some of the differences between My kids know that you try your best. It was the conversation on the way to school today. It's a field test, you're not gonna get the score back. And one of my daughter's friends said, does that mean I could just go to sleep? I said, no. You try your best, you don't stress about it, but we need to know what you know, and so we can make improvements. So I want to bring this out because I think it's important for those of us who are not in education to understand the bigger pieces that are here. Education makes money when we show our kids are failing. Sorry.
Madam President.
Ms. Faria, thank you so much for that perspective.
Madam President.
I do think I was right after me.
Mhm.
The other side of that is we are measured as to how we perform. So yes, one data point does not define a student, does not define a teacher, does not define a classroom, does not define a district. However, we would be negligent in not looking at this data to try to understand where teachers, support staff, and students need the additional support, because it does have consequences. The reality is that there is a comparison that shows the students that are actually performing on grade level tend to pass this test. So if our students are not doing well on this test and not taking, and I give you, some do not take it seriously because, for what? But there's a difference between a child passing this test, let's say freshman year, and not having to worry about it again, then having to do a portfolio senior year, submitting it to the state, and waiting for the state to determine whether they are ready for graduation. So both sides are equally right. And I cannot negate Ms. Conte-Mackey's point, and I cannot negate Ms. Faria's point. But the reality is, yes, one assessment does not define anyone in this room or our students or our parents. However, while minuscule, is still statistically significant and must be part of our discussion and consideration when we are engaging in instructional planning and delivery. Got it? Thank you. Mr. Cohen.
They're different. I've been sitting patiently waiting till the presentation is finished to make comments, but I feel compelled to step into this this current discussion. I once heard a national educational leader say, you know, we're not opposed to tests, we're teachers, we invented them. But at the same time, we've got to make certain we keep all of this stuff in context. And the points that have been made by the immediate previous speakers are well taken. I just think that we need to be listening to this comprehensive presentation, because what we've heard about is an effort led by the superintendent and the rest of the leaders in the district, that they're working to set up systems. And as my colleagues well know, I have multiple decades of experience in this district going back to the beginning of my teaching career. And I know that for decades, there were no systems. There were hundreds of classrooms in all 10 schools, and every teacher was a free agent, was expected to do what they did in their classroom. And as emerging research revealed that that was not an effective way to make certain that all students were supported and led, this district, without any blame or accusation of previous leadership, neglected to learn the lessons of that research. And we are now in 2025, and 25% of the way through the 21st century, and we are catching up, finally. We're using the lessons of the research. We've got very competent professionals in charge of this effort, and we're starting to build the systems that we could have built decades ago. I'd like to reserve the rest of my comments till later because I don't want to interrupt the presentation any further. I have more to say, but I'll wait.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. We will continue with Ms. Manisi.
My comment is very brief. I just want to say, hear, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you so much. And thank you to you all. I know that a lot of this is new, but it's coming together in a way, and I'm confident that with this new assessment that is also adaptive, because I think the state also recognized that there were some flaws in the previous one, I think we're going to see many gains. Now to science.
We're almost, there's a few last slides.
Ms. Faria.
Okay. Science. Couple takeaways here. As you can see, in grades 5 and 11, slight increase in the district. Grade 8 remained the same, which was somewhat reflective of the state. Slight increases in grade 5 and 11 at the state level, remain constant at the 8th grade level. And I think, one of the pieces that I want to make sure of that I note is that since we've been here, most of our focus has been in ELA and math. We've been talking a lot about that here. 2 years ago, there was a focus from Dr. Benaquista in ELA. That's where we focused. We had the coaches there, the science of reading. We had a new program at that level. Last year, we started with math with a coach at the middle school. Our plan is to basically model what we're doing in those subjects in science. This particular year, at the secondary level, we started with common assessments there, but in subsequent years, that's really the plan, is to model what we're doing in English and math and to move it into science as well. The other piece, and I think it was brought up here maybe by Ms. Santana, and she's right, that if you're a student in a science class, you should be taking on the role of a scientist. If you're a student in a math class, you should be taking on the role of a mathematician. If you're a student in a language class, you should be taking on the role of a reader or writer. And so what that's talking about are the practices in that particular discipline. And so in addition to modeling what's happening in English and in math, there also has to be a focus on the practices of that discipline. Okay? Let's move on. Okay. 2 last slides. Demographic data. This particular slide looks at our demographic data, which breaks down proficiency by race and ethnicity in ELA, math, and science. Okay? As you can see, as we saw, there's some differences in proficiency levels among student subgroups, particularly in math and science. It's important to point out that Union is not an outlier in this regard. We tend to see similar patterns like this on statewide and national tests, and I think someone said before, maybe the NAEP was brought up, you'll see very similar patterns on those types of tests, okay? Okay. And then one of our last slides of data, demographic data. This one's by gender and program. And what you might notice here, at least what we noticed here, was there were 2 subgroups that continue to need additional support. Our MLs, multilingual learners, and our special ed population. And some of the things that we've begun to do is we've implemented a bilingual program at the high school. It's the first year that we've done that. We revamped our newcomer ML curriculum, so that's new. And we're starting to place a stronger emphasis in places on explicit instruction. For those of you who might not know what explicit instruction is, there's a lot of research coming out, particularly out of the special ed field, on ways to teach and ways that students learn. And explicit instruction has a very high effect size on how students learn. And explicit instruction is similar-ish to the teacher still at the center there. And there's a lot of talking between students, a lot of questioning, but particularly in math and science, this does have a high effect size there. And so there's a bit more of a focus on explicit instruction there. At least the special ed department is working with their teachers on this specific type of instruction. So,
Dr. Cohen?
yes.
Now, I'm very confused because Mr. Cohen, Dr. Cohen, yes. So last year we had a guest, and she spoke about us teaching that there were 7 continents. At the time, it kind of shocked me. But later, in discussion with Dr. Rodriguez, I learned that in a particular country, maybe a while back, that's how it was taught that there were 5 continents. Yes? And I reflect on that. You know, I went to a food truck and Spanish, and one of the things that I saw was that where we would use commas in numbers, they use a period, and vice versa. Are those kind of things addressed? Even like the division symbol is different. It's like upside down in some countries. Are those kind of things addressed so that students, you know, like in this country we use inches, in other countries they use centimeters?
Yep.
Yes. But yes, thank you, Chastity. So are those also things that are being addressed as part of the curriculum to get students more quickly kind of assimilating to our way of, you know, teaching and learning?
So Dr. Cohen referenced the newcomer curriculum for MLs. That's the one big change that we've made so far in our, other than adding a bilingual program. Our newcomers to our country and that have our lowest levels of proficiency in English, they receive 2 periods of ESL. And previously, those 2 periods of ESL were just 2 periods of ESL, and we taught the old curriculum through that. The new curriculum has a heavier focus on 1 period being language and learning the English language, and then the other period being academic in nature and trying to focus on some of those changes and bringing in more academic balance and referencing academic vocabulary and the things that they need to know in those areas. The other thing that we've really done, and I'm really proud of, is the bilingual program at the high school. So those students, instead of being pulled out for ESL and having that replace their English class, they're receiving English instruction, language arts instruction in English and Spanish. So they have an ESL certified, we have a language arts teacher who's dual certified in ESL. She's teaching that English class, and they have, similar to how you would have like an in-class support teacher, they have an in-class ESL teacher or bilingual teacher who is a native Spanish speaker that translates and works with the students, and the 2 teachers bounce off each other to teach in both Spanish and English.
Thank you so much.
They also have that in Algebra 1. So not only do those students in 9th grade that speak Spanish, are they receiving both English and Spanish language arts instruction, they're also receiving English and Spanish math instruction. So they're getting that information in their native language as well.
Quick question. Algebra 1 was referenced a number of times. That includes 8th and 9th grade,
So
right? That's 26%?
Yes.
Okay. My other question is very stereotypical here. The females are doing better in language arts, and the males are doing better in mathematics. What are we doing about that?
Go back to
Are we evaluating our reading choices to make sure that the boys have selections that they like better? Are we engaging the girls in coding and robotics and the engineering design process that addresses mathematics? Like, what are we doing?
So we have a number of extracurricular programs like Girls Who Code and things to really encourage those students to engage in those programs and in science. One of the things that I think is really going to be helpful for us, and again, we'll see that long-term effect of it, is in our ELA program in K through 5, it has a heavier emphasis on our nonfiction text. So our students in their regular ELA classes are reading more about science and math and social studies than they have previously. So they're not just receiving that, kind of that exposure in their science classes or things like that. They're getting it kind of across the board, which can pique interest. I know my daughter, she goes and they read something about the solar system, and all of a sudden I'm researching everything about the sun, and I'm hearing every fact about the solar system. And if we can start to get our students even just that exposure to pique their interest in something and then kind of help them through that path, and what Ms. Ahern talked about helping students select courses and talking about what they're interested in, that collaboration and that partnership and us making sure that those courses exist, I think is going to be really important to us as we move forward.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
Ms. Santana?
So I don't know if it's point of order or point of clarification. I don't even, it's late. I just need us in leadership at this top to please what is it? What is
Multilingual,
ESL?
ML.
Yes. We're not just always born in another country. I was born in the Bronx. I did not learn English till I was 6. So let's start at the top, that some of them are born in another country, but not all. Please,
Yeah,
please,
a
thank
lot
you.
of them are students who their families just, their primary language is not English.
Was not English, yes.
It doesn't mean that they were
Yes.
born somewhere else, it's just,
Yes. But I think that
a lot of
the
them, their
talk
families
is
speak a
always-
different language at home.
A lot of the talk is always that, multilinguals are born in another country. They can be, but not all. That just.
Ms. Santana, that's an excellent point.
Yeah. All right, so as we look ahead, last slide, our focus is on sustaining what's working and strengthening what's not. We've made some systemic changes, like creating a framework, a clear roadmap of how things work in the systems that we put in place in Union in teaching and learning. We are structurally looking at the structures that we have in our district, the scheduling, the staff additions, our curriculum, our pacing, our effective PLCs, whether those PLCs exist, all the structures that we can put in place. And then finally, we're addressing program changes. We're implementing, like I mentioned, that bilingual and the newcomer programs. We're implementing more WIN periods. We have intervention periods at the high school for the first time this year. We're putting out more family learning programs that are not focused on general study skills and things like that, but specifically about the curriculum and the learning that is happening in our district. We're targeting our after-school programs better. We're targeting our summer programs better. We're revising our course offerings to make sure that we're meeting the students' interests and needs. And we're trying to make sure that we're supporting our staff throughout all of that, both through the coaches and the PD days and just sharing the conversations that we have with staff in the hallways and things like that, to promote that, we're all moving forward together. Because together, the only way we're gonna make any progress is if we do it together and build on our successes and be able to directly address the areas that we have to grow.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a hand. I'm humbly grateful for this presentation. It is so important, and it is so vital, the work that you're doing. You just started, you're laying the foundation, but to me, it looks like a solid foundation, and we can only go up from here. So thank you.
So-
Anyone else? Mr. Cohen.
So just to reiterate some of the comments that I made previously, I think that I'm very gratified to see that this is a systemic approach, and that we are building structures and we are providing supports through the coaching, through time for the PLCs, and through leadership to make sure that everybody's on the same page. I think that's the most significant step we can all take together to make sure that we are providing the kind of services our students need to be able to learn for the 21st century. You know, 30 years ago, we were talking about 21st century skills, and as I said before, 25% into the century, we're not providing them. But I want to just provide a little context, too. There was a term that I used in my work a few years ago, talking specifically about the testing mania that has gone on in this state and in this country, and that is that tests don't teach, right? And I heard an expression from an assessment expert many years ago who said, farmers don't fat their calves by weighing them. We've got to make sure that we put all of this stuff in context. This data is important. It gives us information that we can use to inform the system and the practices, but we're not going to grow those scores unless we are focused on what's happening with our professional staff in the classroom. And I think the other thing that's important to note, when we compare ourselves to the state, and while we, as the team has pointed out, we compare favorably in some instances and perhaps somewhat less favorably in some of the subgroups, by most objective measures, by people outside of the education system in New Jersey, we are consistently rated as the #1 public school system in the country. Now, we then get compared to international competitors. And I would submit that no matter what you want to use, whether it's TIMSS, whether it's PISA, whether it's NAEP, they're not valid comparisons. Because the systems that exist in those other countries support the operation in ways that are significantly different than the supports we provide here. We talk all the time about the economic factors and the money that we have available. This board's received presentations in the past from some of our senior staff about the staffing needs that we have, that we'd like to grow the staff in many different areas. And in every instance, the context for those conversations was, but we have budget constraints. So we've got to just keep all of this in context. If we're concentrating on classroom instruction, over time we will see this kind of growth. There's no question in my mind that will happen. That's our goal. That's our objective. We want to inspire and engage kids every day. We're going to do that in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Dr. Rodriguez, I believe you had some words.
So I just want to close out the presentation. I just, again, want to let the Teaching and Learning Department know how proud I am of the work you're doing. Also, how proud we are of the teachers doing the work. At the end of the day, it's every teacher that's...
And support staff. Everybody in that room, including guidance, right?
Correct. So what we always forget is that our teachers are facing students 25 at a time that are coming in with all sorts of needs, hunger, what had happened on social media the night before, what's going on at home. They have to teach these students in an environment that is, each day is tougher and tougher. We are swimming against the current, and I just want to say to the teachers, to the staff, to everyone in our schools, to our administrators, you as well, that we are proud of you. Our students are learning. What this data does not show also is our students who are coming up, who are gaining levels, right? So these data, all they tell you is the students that are on grade level. It doesn't tell you the students that are learning. For instance, if a student is 1 grade below level for the entire career of his or her career here, they'll never pass this test. But when they graduate, they are at an 11th grade reading level, they're passing at math. Does that mean that that student didn't learn? No, but these tests don't show those. So I just want to say how proud we are. We are succeeding. We are winning. These are, obviously, they're not acceptable. Our first goal a couple years ago was let's get to the state. Out of the 15 areas, right, 7 in math, 8 English, 3 science, we've reached one level where we beat the state. So we have more to go, but that's not bad in a year. So give us some time and we'll be there. Thank you.
Nicely said. Nicely said.
We'll go quick.
Oh my God.
With the rest of the night, we'll get it done quick. But I just also want to say is I think we all agree we're not where we want to be. And I've coached for many years. As the coach of this district, I take the times that we're not progressing. When we get those small wins, it's the team, it's everyone. So why I say that is I also learned in some of my years I wasn't supposed to end up in the state finals. It was with the average team, or maybe even below average. But what did we do? We focused on the little things and got the little wins. These are little wins along the way. Before you know it, those little wins become contagious. And then before you know it, you're winning without even remembering that you shouldn't have won. And this is the start of something that in years to come, I can't wait to see where we're at. So I'm going to take the little wins along the way, but it doesn't mean we're happy where we're at. Real quick, we have to go over this. As you see, we're affirming some HIP cases from the 10th to the 14th. I'm going to go on speed dial right here. Kwame 2, Burnett 2, Union High School 3 met. Unfounded 1 and 1, Kwame and UHS. Inconclusive, Connecticut Farms, Kwame and UHS. Reporting from that time period of 14th to the 28th, 2 at Union High School, 1 at Burnett, 1 unfounded at Connecticut Farms. Real quick, the school assessment, we have to report on this annually. It's out of 78. There's our schools. They and you could go on, and I left the link to see how they go through the assessment and rate themselves. So, but that's where our ratings are that we have to submit to the state before the 30th, I think, of this month, or 31st. So there's their scores. I won't read them. They're up there. But you see it's out of 78, not 100. Just so everyone knows that it comes up every year. The rest of the stuff I'm going to let go. I'll go through it quick. But you guys, it'll be posted online. Ms. Capiella will put it up. We talk about Parent Square a lot. A lot of information is coming out through Parent Square. Please download Parent Square. Help us meet our goal of 70% by December 23rd, because that's where a lot of the information you're going to receive. And thank you, Madam President, for this presentation tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Renacuesta. Wow, you were very efficient tonight. Quick question, Dr. Renacuesta. Did we celebrate in the district Hispanic Heritage Month? Is that something that we still do, or?
So up there are some of the activities we did month by month.
Okay.
Go through all of them, but every month we'll highlight the activities we do based on.
And that's in Parent Square for the parents to check out?
It's on but we also, did we send out? Yeah, the newsletter.
The newsletter. Wonderful. In the spirit of learning, we will continue with our presentation tonight, and I have asked Board Counsel to educate us on a couple of things in reference to some of the things that we do as a board.
Thank you, Madam President. So just generally speaking, and in the interest of time and spirit of brevity, I just wanted to reiterate some comments that were made last week at the work session, but since we have some new faces in attendance, both administratively, board members, and the public. Namely speaking, in the collective bargaining process in the state of New Jersey, is generally governed by the Public Employment Relations Commission, PERC. That is the state agency that generally governs collective bargaining between public sector employees and public sector employers. You have what's called a contract, a collective bargaining agreement, a union contract, which is a legally binding agreement between the parties, employer and that particular bargaining unit, whether it's teachers, whether it's custodial staff, whether it's secretaries. Some districts have what's called a wall-to-wall or umbrella unit, which kind of covers all employees that are non-managerial, have some kind of unity and connection, or you have different segmented bargaining units. But generally speaking, that contract lasts for a certain term. It's usually 3, 4, or 5 years. There is oftentimes a misnomer, misinformation, misunderstanding, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally, that when a contract expires, we don't have a contract. That is false in the state of New Jersey. When a contract expires between a public employer, i.e. Union Township Board of Education, and any of its unions, the parties are still bound by the terms and conditions of that expired agreement. That's a status called status quo. The status quo must be maintained. The terms and conditions of that expired agreement remain in full force in effect unless and until they are negotiated and mutually agreed to change. That also extends to and includes salary increases. Salary increases, with the exception of when there's language that says there shall be no raises when the contract expires, most union employees, and this is generally speaking, I'm not commenting directly on union township negotiations or what have you, this is state law. Generally speaking, the majority of employees will still get a raise when a contract expires, pursuant to that status quo if the contract calls for that and if the parties have not otherwise agreed to a freeze. And there's various pros and cons to both measures. So it's just very important to note the truth and the state of the law in the state of New Jersey when it comes to various issues that affect employers and employees, with the goal being to act in good faith, both in reaching a deal on a successor agreement, but also in the administration of the day-to-day interpretation of that agreement. That leads me to, generally speaking, the role of the Board of Education and the role of the administration. Administration being the chief school administrator, superintendent, and the other employees. Yes. So pursuant to the Code of Ethics for school board members, the Code of Ethics is codified in New Jersey statutes annotated Title 18A:12-24.1. That is a Code of Ethics for school board members, and there's a corresponding Code of Ethics for administrators, quite frankly, and other school officials. That's in NJSA 18A:12-24. Those two statutes are further codified in board bylaws and policies. So pursuant to state statute, the Board of Education has basically three primary roles, three primary functions pursuant to law. They are to, number one, in no particular order, hire a superintendent. The superintendent is the only employee that reports directly to the Board of Education. All other employees in the district that are hired subject to a recommendation from the superintendent and majority approval of the Board of Education, i.e. 5 votes, 5 affirmative votes, report to the superintendent. So number one is hire a superintendent. Number two is to adopt a budget. The board has the authority, working in consultation with the administration, to adopt a budget. And number three is to set policy. Now, 99.9% of the policies are essentially mandated by the state of New Jersey as directed or in consultation with either New Jersey School Board Association or a company called Strauss Esme. They kind of provide services to help school districts adopt policies. Pursuant to state statute, the board has to adopt and or re-adopt its policy manual on an annual basis. You have what's called critical policies that are required by the state. You have other policies that are somewhat discretionary, all of which may be tailored to kind of fit the local needs of a school district, just as long as those local needs and discretion of the board aren't contrary to state law. So it's important to note that in that Code of Ethics for school board members, which has subsections A through K or L, I think it is, one of them says that as a board member, they swear, they affirm, they take an oath not to administer the schools, but to see that they are well run. So it's the superintendent's job to run the day-to-day operations of the school district with his or his staff in this instance, and report to the board and run the schools in accordance with state law and adopted board policy. If and when there are issues, concerns, questions, the Board of Education, even if one of you nice people in the audience, bring it to a board member, bring it to Madam President. With all due respect, she has no power to do anything unilaterally. None of the board members have any power to do anything at the grocery store, at the baseball game, on the sidewalk, at the parent-teacher conference, at the play, However, pursuant to that code of ethics, they have an obligation to refer the issue to the chief school administrator, let the chief school administrator superintendent review, investigate, et cetera, and come back to the board with a recommendation for any action, for discipline, et cetera. And it's also important to note that board members have an obligation to maintain confidentiality. They have a fiduciary obligation to protect the taxpayers, quite frankly, and they have an obligation to maintain confidence, not secrets, not lacking transparency. But when they get elected, just like members of city council, members of Congress, members of Senate, you elect them to then represent you. However, they may not be able to tell you everything about everything in real time. I said that repetitively on purpose. They can't tell you everything about everything in real time because every employee has rights. You have litigation, you have contracts, you have confidentiality, et cetera, where the board must keep things confidential so as not to violate people's rights and or to needlessly expose the school district to damages and or extra zeros on a small problem that could be a big problem, but for people maintaining confidentiality. So I just wanted to give a very general overview / reminder to board members. I was very impressed and pleased to see the majority, if not all, board members, as well as administration, senior level administration in attendance at the New Jersey School Board Association conference last week. There were dozens and dozens and dozens of seminars, information sessions, and also just learning from other school board members from large and small districts, representing challenges and opportunities and strengths for school districts, and also a big presence from the NJEA, who was also in strong, full effect. I just wish they would invite us to their conference next week. But thank you, Madam President. I think that fulfills my charge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I did ask board counsel to explain some things because I don't think intentional, but there was some misconception and people were saying we're working without a contract. And I wanted us to use the correct language and clarify that. The other part of that was understanding that while we approve a set of policies, it is incumbent on the person that we chose as superintendent to ensure that those policies are adhered to. And when they're not, to address that with the individual. The board does not need to be involved in that. We trust the superintendent will address whatever situation is related to the adherence of those policies that have been adopted by the school board. So thank you so much, Lester. In the spirit of learning for all. We have one more. It's a full jam-packed night, but this is celebration for the district. In New Jersey, there are measures, and that's why we say, no, you cannot define a student by a score or a teacher or a school, but at the same time, that data is used to calculate a number of different things. And one of them is New Jersey QSAC, which I forgot what the acronym stands for. I think it's Quality, Single Accountability Continuum. And for the first time in the district's history, and we have to celebrate this, there are 5 critical areas in NJ QSAC: personnel, operations, fiscal, help me out here, Dr. Benacuista, instruction and program, and governance. For the first time in history, we have passed in every single category. So congratulations to the staff, to the leadership, and everybody that works together to find solutions and collaborate with one another for the sake of the district. Particularly in instruction and program, Dr. Rodriguez, which is an area that many districts struggle with, we passed. And I am so happy to see that. Above it, yes. And they really analyzed the curriculum, they analyzed our assessment tools, and they actually look at that data that nobody wants to look at to see if we're going to earn some points. So Thank you so much. Dr. Benacuisa, you want to say a few things about that, or did I say?
Again, it's the little things that we keep focusing on. And this is, again, just one thing, it's compliance, but we gotta make sure, and it does say we're doing what the state expects us to do. And in some areas, almost 100% in operations, 89 in governance. So we're doing a lot of things well.
Congratulations to you all. Dr. Rodriguez?
Yep, and Madam President, I just want to remind the public as well, while going through Hannah Caldwell closing a school, we did not get an extension for CUSAC, and we were still able to
And
do
we
all
did
that,
it.
so, yep.
That's awesome. Congratulations to you all. Next, we will move to the Education and Student Discipline Committee chairs, Ms. Menisi and Ms. Faria, to present the resolutions that will be voted on tonight. Nice job. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. If it's okay, I'd like to pass the resolutions in block.
Wonderful.
Okay, so upon recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Education Student Discipline Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. E1, E7, and E15 were voted on and passed last meeting. So it would be E1A through E19.
Wonderful. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Menisi and seconded by Ms. Faria. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Next, we will have the Fiscal and Planning Committee chairs, Mr. Cohan and Mr. McDowell, to present the resolutions that will be voted on tonight.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I yield to Mr. McDowell to present the resolutions, I'd like to just highlight a couple of issues that are on our agenda. Resolution F10 is a monthly approval of the out-of-district student placement list. And while the number of students that are currently placed out of district may have shrunk slightly since last year, our expenditures in that area have grown to $20 million. And, those are resources that we need to spend to support these students, but it is a significant part of our budget, and I'd just like to call folks' attention to it. I'd also like to highlight resolutions F14A and F14B that are both related to our maintenance budget and maintenance plan report. These are reports that have to be filed with the State Department of Education and the Executive County Superintendent's Office. And anybody that reviewed the budget worksheet will note that we are actually under the recommended funding level. What is recommended is 2% of the total value of all of our physical plant, and we are under that recommended level because of the limitations of resources that we have available at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Cohan.
Madam President, I'd like to, one moment. Upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Fiscal and Planning Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration, all except F7 and F16A1, 16A through I. These will be passed in bulk, F1 through F17. Also included F for our attorney fees, which are not to be voted on, but again, F1 through F17, with the exceptions of the two that were voted on previous to this meeting 2 weeks ago.
Second.
Thank you. Is there a discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Scott Hayden?
I have a question regarding F9B, the last item on the agenda, FES apparel sale, Franklin to raise funds for.
I'm sorry,
activities.
which one?
F9B,
9B.
the last item.
F9B?
Yeah, 9B. Approve fundraisers.
Fundraisers, that's one of the charts.
So my question is, we had asked previously, I believe Ms. Conti Mackey and myself in, executive session before in regards to who is the approved vendor for these shirts or sales of, Franklin School apparels items.
Different entity.
So we know who the vendor is and everything is fine.
Not what we discussed prior.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you satisfied? Do we have on hand who the vendor is?
Can it be tabled till next month?
Let's table
Table
that one because the vendor's not listed. So just make sure we
We'll
look into it.
table it? Yep.
So
So-
technically, you're just pulling it. You're pulling
Yeah.
that one, okay.
Pulling it.
Was it already moved and seconded?
Yes, it was.
All right,
Please
so
go
just-
smooth.
all right, so this, I mean, is the mover and seconder of the motion, okay with the modification?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Yes.
All right, thank you, okay. Makes it simple.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Scott Hayden. Any other discussions? Any other? No? Nice catch.
Yes.
This motion has been properly moved by Mr. McDowell and seconded by Mr. Cohan. May I have a roll call, please? Ms. Capiello?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. There are no grievances or negotiations items to present tonight. Therefore, we will move to the Operations and Technology Committee chairs, Mr. Nasta and Ms. Conte Mackey, to present the resolutions that will be voted on tonight.
Upon recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Operations Technology Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. Madam President, if I could just read them off in a block. With the exception of the three that were voted on at the October 14th work session. That would be 03, 06, and 07. Everything else from 01 to 09, and then T1 for technology.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? This motion has been properly moved by Mr. Nasta and seconded by Ms. Conte Mackey. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Next, we will have the Personnel Committee chairs, Ms. Scott Hayden and Ms. Santana, to present the following resolutions that will be voted on tonight.
Thank you so much. Upon recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Personnel Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. P1A, P1B, P1C was already voted at the, approved at October 14, 2025 work session. So I will begin with P1A1, Personal Actions New Hires, P1B1, Personal Actions Extra Pay, P1C1, Personal Actions Transfers, P2A, Approving Substitute Lists, P3A, Accept Letters of Resignation and Retirement, P3B, for that we're approving leaves. P4, approve district communication liaison, Spec Hart. P5, approve change of salary class number 3 effective September 2025. P6, we're approving increment withholding. P7, approve attendance brainstorm educational technology conference. P8, approve job description for human resource specialist. P9, we approve a job description for human resource director. P10, approve principal for the Livingston Elementary School, Sean Paterno at the principal of Livingston Elementary School at a contracted salary of $163,524 with the start date to be determined. P11, approve supervisor special education department, approve Sherifat Roulette as supervisor in the special educational department at a contractual salary of $123,526 with a start date to be determined. Madam President, I pass to you.
Second.
Thank you so much. Any discussion?
I do have discussion. I would just like to say that we do have Ms. Roulette in the audience, and she has sat through this entire meeting.
Came early.
And that is huge to me. I will never forget that. Just to let you know, you have warriors on this board through special education, and from above, we will be looking down. Thank you. We're expecting great things, and from Mr. Paterno as well.
Yes.
So Ms. Santana, she's going to say a few words.
Oh, thank you. If we do,
Yes.
if we do,
We gotta vote.
vote, yes.
Gotta vote first.
Oh, yes, we must vote first.
If we vote, yes.
Yes.
I like to say
That's
that.
a good idea. This motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana and seconded by Ms. Scott Hayden. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Yes.
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 Yes, and welcome to our district.
And thank you. It's already a good sign. Sherry got to see a lot about our district tonight. And she stayed. She didn't say to
This
Mr.
is a good
Rattino,
sign. Absolutely.
please pull it. But why don't you just tell the board and the audience a little bit about yourself, and we're very excited, obviously, to join our team.
Thank you for welcoming me. Sherry Rouleau. I have about 16 years in education. I started as a special education teacher. I went into leadership almost 10 years ago. I'm very passionate about special education. My own father was a teacher. He was a special education teacher until his retirement, and it was just a natural thing for me to do, to follow in my dad's footsteps. I am looking forward to working with the district, looking forward to collaborating with a team, find out what our overarching goals are, and work toward them together.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and congratulations.
Once again, we're very excited to have you here. And you're going to find a number of great people to work with and very passionate people. So you're in a good place. Next, we will have the Policy Committee Chairs, Ms. Menisi and Ms. Faria, to present the following resolutions that will be voted on tonight.
Upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the policy committee presents the following policies for the board's consideration. This is a second reading and adoption. Can I pass these in block?
Of course, ma'am.
So we would like to pass these in block from policy 1 through policy 13, and then regulation 1 through regulation 4.
Wonderful. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Faria and seconded by Ms. Menisi. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Moving it along, we will have the residency committee chairs, Ms. Menisi and Ms. Faria, to present the non-voting resolutions.
Okay, these are for informational purposes only. So upon recommendation of superintendent of schools, the residency committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. R1A and R1B.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manisi. May I have a motion to approve the bills list?
So moved. Second.
All right, any discussion? This motion has been properly moved by Ms. Scott Hayden and seconded by Ms. Santana. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Now we will go on to unfinished business. Mr. Cohan.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Ms. Santana mentioned and the council mentioned the New Jersey School Boards Association conference last week, and I'd just like to report briefly that among the sessions that I attended, one was regarding training for substitute teachers, which I found very compelling. They indicated that there's data that suggests that students spend 7% of their school career in classrooms with substitutes, and that many substitutes feel unprepared and unready for various reasons to move into the classroom and be ready to provide effective substitute instruction. The company that presented the session talked about the training program that they have available to both sensitize potential substitutes to being in a classroom, all the way on a continuum, all the way up to becoming subject experts so that they can be more effective in the classroom. I found it to be very interesting. I've already had some conversations with Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Benaquista about it, and given our effort to try and expand our list of in-district substitutes, I think it might be something that we could take a look at to make that whole substitute program more effective. Additionally, I attended two sessions, one by the Acting Commissioner of Education and one by the State Board of Education. And in my previous career, I spent a lot of time in education policy, working directly with the New Jersey Department of Education and previous commissioners. And I have to say, I was very pleasantly surprised at the coherence and relevance of the presentation of the acting commissioner. In the past, many presentations by commissioners in broad public sessions like this lacked specificity, were filled with platitudes and flowery language that didn't really say much. But this commissioner actually spoke about the initiatives that his department are working on, and they clearly are focused on the challenges of school districts and this district as well. So I was very, very pleased by that. There was an acknowledgement that the outcome of the election for the next governor next week might change some of those priorities, but I feel like we were in good hands. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cohan. Anybody else unfinished? All right, we're going into new business. Ms. Faria, let's do.
I just wanted to take a couple of opportunities to celebrate a couple of really good events that have happened in our district. So a couple of our board members got to attend that bonfire, and we were all kind of a little concerned about that big fire, but it was such a wonderful event. It was so great to see kids. So thank you to the PTA for the administrators that were there. It was really a nice event, like great school spirit. We also had the honor of attending the marching band competition, I believe this last Saturday, and what a beautiful job they did. Like, so great. We were actually leaving, and a parent that I knew from a different location stopped us to tell us like how well organized it was, that they wished that they could bring the state competition final to just a great job done by everyone. They were timely. They said they were going to start like at 8:15. That's when it started. Just a beautiful celebration all around. Great, lots of trophies. The health fair that we had was an amazing collaboration between the district and the township. Such great resources to be shared. I know I already, in the Chamber of Commerce, thank you. So I really already took advantage of some of those classes that I got there for free. So just, we're doing great work. And so in a day where we can focus on where there's still so much growth, I think it's really important for us to really look at all the things that we're doing really well. And I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate Dr. Cohen. He was one of the presenters at school boards. He did a TED Talk on taxi cab geometry, believe it or not, that's a thing. And one of the things that really stood out to me is understanding the school system, and much like a taxi where you can only see two-dimensional, that in order to really fully understand what's happening in an educational system, you have to look at it three-dimensional, that you have to have that bird's eye view, and that when we see a problem, we really have to think about what's happening at the structure and at the system level. So to what Mr. Cohan said before, and to all the work that's clearly being done in this district, to address the areas of growth at a systemic level. Thank you, we appreciate it, and we look forward to much more success.
Nicely said, Ms. Faria. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Ms. Manisi?
I just wanted to mention that in September, I went to the CPAG meeting, the kickoff for the year, and it was a great meeting. They also run it Facebook Live, so parents that can't come. It's always held in the high school cafeteria. And during that meeting, we had the special ed department came in, they presented. It was Mrs. Conti and Mr. Siegling and somebody else. I can't remember her name.
Ms. Buthorn?
Yes. Yes.
Aracelis?
No, yes, Ms. Buthorn. And they did a great job explaining what the department does and giving out lots of information. And then the meeting, after that part of the meeting, then the president and vice president explained to the parents that were there were many new families there, what CPAC does and how helpful they are. They reviewed what the meetings that they held last year and what the organization will do this year. So it's very, very informative. They always do a great job. Unfortunately, I missed the second meeting. October meeting was last week, so we weren't there. But anybody that has an interest, they should really reach out to Araceli DiGirolamo to get the information. There's they're on our website. All the information from September's meeting is already on there. There's lots of information, so you should check it out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manisi. And I know that they were one of the presenters we had here recently. So I'm glad that you're staying in contact and are a liaison of sorts with the board. So thank you. Ms. Gita Faria, I just want to say, that was the first time that I attended the bonfire. And I really, really loved the experience. And to see all those kids so excited, juniors, and to see our PTA, which are parents in our school district, put so much work and thought into the hot chocolate, the food, the snacks for the kids, security, making sure that the fire department and emergency team was there. And we had a couple staff members there as well, helping out. But it was a beautiful night. I was only able to stay for about an hour and a half because of my situation. But the band, I also got great reviews about, and I can't wait to go to a future event. So wonderful things are happening in our district, and we're blessed for that. I do want to give a shout out to Erica Newland for your idea about the pantry. We're always looking for solutions. So Erica, thank you so much. And I dropped some seeds for Ms. Ahern to see what she can do with the guidance counselors. And last but not least, I would be remiss. One of the things that we always talk about is academics. Even behind the scenes, sometimes you don't see that, and you may think that we are not addressing it, but it's something that we're questioning continuously, as well as student success. What does that look like in terms of attendance, in terms of social and emotional learning, in terms of academics, in not only performance, but also improvement. But there is one area that has also done tremendous growth, and tonight we were very blessed in getting a presentation from the operations team who, in the QSAC evaluation, and for those of you that do not know, when you don't do well in QSAC, the state can put you in a corrective action plan. And I see some of you nodding your head. As educators, you will know. So, and now they come into the district and monitor things. So the fact that we pass in every area is commendable. But one of the areas was operations, who, right as of now, received 97% proficiency. So I want to give them a shout out. And Marissa, I want you to tell us a little bit about your team and what the departments that it encompasses, because I think it's crucial that people hear that. Ms. McKenzie, I apologize.
I've been called worse. So the operations team consists of residency, it consists of buildings and grounds, transportation, security, and IT. I think that's everything. And so the focal point for QSAC on the operations side has a lot to do with our facilities, our buildings and grounds, making sure that those checklists that I'm sure many of you have talked about with your building principals and your head custodians, we're in compliance with those checklists. 97%, we couldn't have expected to get that high. I mean, it was remarkable. I think that's the highest score in all of the areas. And so I'm very proud of the team that worked very hard to make sure that we were in compliance, and the hard work that we'll continue to do to make sure we stay in compliance.
Thank you so much. But I do want to say that sometimes we receive emails because certain things are not where you would like it to be. Unfortunately, our schools are very old. One of the things that was presented to us were not only the accomplishments of those respective departments, but a lot of the stuff that we need in terms of human capital and material resources that will impact our budget tremendously to provide. So it isn't like we don't take your concerns seriously, is that we're often weighing paying this or paying that. One area that is really crucial right now that nobody, and I'm saddened to see that even in the political stage it doesn't come up a lot, is when we talk about infrastructure, we speak about physical school infrastructures. But there's the cybersecurity infrastructure. And if you don't know, many school districts have been hit with ransomware that they've had to pay to get back their data. Once, sometimes twice, even colleges. So that is an area that in the next few years, we're going to have to invest a great deal, am I correct in saying that? To safeguard the data of not only our students, but also our staff. So there's a lot of things that we're looking at in operations as we move forward. And one of them is really growing that department. But I do want to give a shout out to everyone, Bill, Anthony, please, John, Tracy, for the work that they have been doing with you to also create a systematic approach in how we do things in those areas. So thank you. Now we will move to comments from the public. Ms. Christina Bursler. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
First, I want to start with two positives. I work at Union High School, and I'm very sad to see Mr. Paterno go. He's really such an asset to Union High School, and I'm sure he's going to do a wonderful job at Livingston School as well. So I do wish him the best. Awesome. Number two, I did want to thank Dr. Rodriguez when he spoke earlier. He did make special mention of teachers and staff in everything that has been reported on tonight. So Dr. Rodriguez, we see you in our buildings and we thank you. So now what I came to say tonight is I was one of the individuals who received a Rice letter, one of the four. I did receive a communication from Ms. Capiello, to which I did respond to Dr. Benaquista last 2 Fridays ago, October 17th. However, I didn't receive a response, so I just wanted to read what my communication said. I'm writing to formally acknowledge receipt of Diane Capiello's email dated October 15th, 2025, which stated that the original Rice notice dated October 9th has been rescinded. This notification came only after I had sent 2 prior emails to Dr. Benaquista, neither of which received a response during contractual hours. Instead, I was provided a link to the evening's Board of Education meeting agenda. As a 28-year veteran of this district, I feel compelled to express my deep concern and disappointment with how this situation was handled. I, like many of my colleagues, was born and raised in Union. While I did not attend Union Public Schools, I was active in the town's recreational athletics and am a proud alumna of Holy Spirit School. I have dedicated nearly 3 decades of service to Union Public Schools, and in all that time, I have never received a single reprimand or write-up in my district file. Receiving a Rice letter on October 10th was not only unexpected, but deeply troubling. The message behind it was clear: intimidation. As the UTEA head representative at Union High School, and now the leader of our UTEA Action Committee, I am more visible than ever. On October 6th, during our Union High School open house, I stood quietly in the back of the auditorium, wearing my UTEA shirt and holding a sign that read, "Union students thrive when educators are valued." During that event, I witnessed 2 Board of Education members take my photo. Coincidentally, or perhaps not, I received a Rice letter that Friday. Even more telling, the colleague who stood beside me also received a Rice notice. Another coincidence? Let me be clear. I echo what so many others have already said. Settle this contract in good faith. This is not about choosing sides. It is about doing what is right for our students, our staff, and the community. Our staff, who continually go above and beyond, often at personal financial expense, deserve to be respected and heard. It is time to stop the scare tactics. The use of Rice letters in this manner sends a chilling message to those of us who speak up and advocate for our colleagues. These tactics are not silencing us, they are uniting us. While the board's negotiation team may distribute communications filled with partial truths,
Excuse
the
me, ma'am.
UTEA...
Excuse me, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Peter Leone, I apologize.
Can I read some of the notes that he left?
No, I'm sorry.
Nope.
I don't. Mr. David Arminio. Ms. Christine Zerka.
Okay.
Ms. Ann Margaret Shannon.
Okay.
Ann Margaret Shannon, 2591 Spruce Street, and
Good evening, Ms. Shannon.
UTA President. I have 2 points tonight. The first, Madam President, is to ask why at about 8:20 p.m. tonight, the Board Attorney, Lester Taylor, took my picture from the dais. I asked that he be directed to delete my picture from his phone. And if you're not able to answer tonight, I'd appreciate an email why he might do that. I tried to talk to him earlier, but to no avail. Second, regarding the UTA BOE negotiations, after the 9/22 mediation session, the next date selected was December 3rd. However, trying to move forward after some emails, the UTA asked the mediator to give us earlier dates. The mediator offered 3 dates, and the UTA said yes to all 3. Unfortunately, the Board of Education declined all 3. I'm asking now that the Board of Ed would reconsider the 3rd date, November 5th. Let's get together sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. You got to respond to that.
So just regarding the 3 dates, there was conflicts, the board meeting. There was conflict.
But we did not reject 3 dates. There were scheduling conflicts. Now, let's move on.
Next.
Ms. Susan
Just if I may, upon the advice of legal counsel, I would ask the board and administration not to discuss the collective bargaining process, specifically with the UTEA in public. Quite frankly, as the union president is aware, there is both an unfair practice charge as well as a complaint filed in the Superior Court of New Jersey that is directly and indirectly related to the negotiations process. And so based upon the attorney-client privilege pending in their anticipated litigation strategy, et cetera, it is advised that the board not communicate with any member of the UTEA regarding any aspect of negotiations so as not to compromise the board's legal position. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Susan Lipstein.
Before I speak, where's the timer?
Right here.
She has it.
Okay, because usually I can
I'll
get
try,
a little thing and I know,
right.
'cause I'm going to talk fast. Maybe. Susan Lipstein, 2569 Jackson Avenue. First, as president of the Education Foundation, thank you for approving our dates, and I look forward to seeing you at our brick ceremony and reception. We've been in existence for 25 years and still going. Now I want to speak to as myself. I want to bring up my concerns about the library situation in our district. In the past, I sent research to almost every board member and the superintendent about the importance of school libraries and librarians and their direct impact on literacy and literacy scores in a district. The board just passed a new library curriculum which hasn't been updated since 2017. It's in your, hopefully somebody looked at it, it would be good. Now we have to teach it. But right now we have one school, Jefferson School, with approximately 600 teachers and no certified professional librarian to teach it, so I'm not sure how we're going to implement the curriculum we just passed in that school, and we certainly don't want to take the certified librarians who don't have enough time as it is in the elementary schools to go over there. That's not going to work too well, please. We also have one school, Hannah Caldwell, with no functioning school library at all. I requested the budget for restoring this library, and it's so small I cringe even to mention it, but I will. For this year, library books collection, $1,000. Mackin, which is, I think, a vendor, $500. We received $3,000 in a donation. That comes out to about 3 books per student, and you really need to have a functioning library, 20 books per student. So I don't know, and this library was destroyed through no fault of the students, but they're the ones who are going to be hurt, who are being hurt. The new curriculum can't be taught. It's for 700 students at Hannah Caldwell at its best with no books, and 600 students at Jefferson have no person to teach them. That's a total of 1,300 students. If we pass a curriculum, I believe the superintendent and the board need to see that it's implemented. So. At the same time, the state is passing guidelines for teaching information literacy. As we speak, they're doing that. That's what librarians are trained to teach. The state has mandated that be taught in grades K through 12. Obviously, you need professional and trained personnel to teach this. Your librarians already know how to teach this. Anyway, you don't need to have to go and teach the teachers how to teach it when you have librarians, but there's not enough of them. I hope you find a solution to this situation. It's only gotten worse in the past years. We had 8 certified librarians in the district 2 years ago, then down to 7, now only 6. Again, no librarian in one school and no library in another. That's 6 librarians for 7,300 students. I look forward to everybody working together so that our children will have the benefit.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Functioning school library.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if I might say, in regards to that, the principal of Hannah Caldwell have carved out over $16,000 to reestablish the library, and he's been in conjunction with the superintendent. So those items have just been approved.
So the Hannah Caldwell has been established. Excuse me. In addition, from the operating budget and along with the grants department, we are collaborating to make sure that the librarians have all the materials and supplies that they need. And Isabella is monitoring to ensure and ask them on a consistent basis to ensure they have all the proper supplies that they need. Okay? Thank you. Next.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kuhn, for that thorough explanation. And Ms. Lipstein, I do appreciate that you are such an advocate for libraries. There's some challenges there, and it's not just us. And believe it or not, I started in that information literacy team in Trenton, developing those standards. I subsequently had to leave, but I was one of the people that started as an expert. Librarians will have to learn a great deal because information literacy requires a lot of critical thinking and looking at media literacy information and helping people decode whether it's real or not, which is, with AI, has compounded what we know about everything that exists in our, in this world. But I say that to say, the librarian certification, it is very hard to get individuals with that certification. So I don't know what the state is gonna do, and believe you me, science is another area that school districts are struggling with, as well as mathematics. But it's not just the academic areas, it's also the librarians that complement the curriculum. They are not necessarily the curriculum because those instructional resources are usually in the classroom, but the libraries complement what is happening in the curriculum and at home. So they are just as valuable and important. So we do take it seriously, and thank you. No, definitely. And maybe you can find some books somewhere to donate. Thank you so much. Ms. Trish Gomez.
Hi, Trish Gomes, 47 Brookdale Road. First of all, I want to say that at the beginning of the meeting, you said you wanted to be transparent with all the parents. My concern is that too many presentations were scheduled for tonight, and I think it really limited a lot of this great information getting out to parents because it's 11 o'clock and my kid went to bed like 3 hours ago. So I think
That's a good point. Thank you.
I think a lot of parents missed out on. Sorry. So I think a lot of parents missed out on a lot of this great information.
It is recorded for future view.
Okay. One of my concerns is I was looking at all the grades that you had up, and my child is fortunate enough to be in the GNT program, and she does very well in school. But in that, I'm concerned that is it because she is a good student and gets good grades because she is smart, or is it because the grades, is it like dumbed down a little bit? Because if she was to go to a different district, which is a decision my husband and I go back and forth with, would she just be considered average if she was to go somewhere else, or do they lower the grades to kind of elevate the scores in Union? And also, is there anything that could be done possibly with the class sizes, and could that have any impact on the scores being so low?
Once again, that has to do with teacher availability based on certifications, which is something that is not just the district. But I do, Trish, invite you because you express a very personal concern about where your daughter is and the rigor that we are providing. If she's being challenged, is she where she's supposed to be? I do invite you to connect with Dr. Rodriguez before you leave, to possibly set an appointment, and because, as we mentioned, there are a number of different data points that need to be triangulated to determine if that child is thriving. So we will be remiss in using just one data point to make that assessment tonight. But thank you so much for your points. And Ms. I'm not sure who came first, so I apologize. Lydia Arnett? Miss Lydia Arnett?
Sorry, that's a mark with a purple.
Did I, yes?
Lydia Arrieta, 1177.
I apologize.
Bernard
Arviero?
Arrieta.
Arrieta. Very sorry, honey.
I was gonna read some of Mr. Leone's points too. He mentioned like Mr. Ferroni, one example of the great teachers we have. We have dedicated staff, enthusiastic, dedicated, achievers. They do individual attention. I'm sorry, hard to read. Not easily, sorry, nope.
We're gonna bring back calligraphy.
Yeah, well, I guess he was writing fast, but and driven to help all of our students. I see this in my children too. My daughter this week stayed at the soccer games for Kwame Middle School. It was cold out there. The girls lost. The boys won today, so she was happy about that. Also, we have tailgating when we do those football games at the high school, and a lot of the teachers are the ones, giving their time. They make hot dogs and cotton candy and all these things. So, we do have a lot of teachers that are amazing.
Thank you.
I wish, actually, if I had teachers like this when I was growing up. And I know maybe by mistake, and sorry, I want to apologize for everybody. Maybe some of us did say working without a contract. We do know we're under the contracts, and we're all showing up. We're still there. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for acknowledging that. We just wanted to clarify. So thank you. I'm glad we're on the same page. Ms. Michelle Zara?
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Ms. Zara.
Thank you. It's 11 o'clock. I'm probably the last speaker here.
Hey, listen, our meeting is not over. We're going back into executive, so.
Okay, well, God bless you for that.
Thank you.
I'll spend my 3 minutes wisely. I actually was home listening to the report of the NJSLA, and it got me fired up. It made me clutch my invisible pearls. Those numbers are not surprising. What the team didn't do is throughout the years, Union has been underperforming at state average year after year after year, and it was only before COVID, and I showed you guys that data. That presentation I saw, and I've watched Maplewood, I watched Milburn presentation, NJLSA was bare minimal on that. There should have been a whole meeting based off of that information. And the data presented, it was very skin and bones on that. And as a parent in elementary school and being second grade, my kid isn't involved with the NJLSA, but I get iReady, which I wasn't even informed that already had happened. I just asked the teacher, did the iReady happen this year? She says, yeah, in September. I'm like, well, why didn't we get the scores? I had to ask for those scores. And then I had to look at the data and everything. And then there's no protocol of like how we're giving this information out. It's not like parents have to ask for this information. Buildings should be talking about this information. In fact, I had asked Dr. Rodriguez, I'm glad the lawyer is here tonight, because last time I was here, I had asked for the lawyer to give me the iReady scores from last year. And that is public information for the building, and I wanted that for all the grades that were there for math and reading and to know what was on level. So none of this information for NJSLA should be a surprise, because we should be looking at those tests for the iReady that happens 3 times a year, and that should be impact for the building. And then the NJSLA, that should be talked about how each building is doing. Because I know, looking back at last year, the disparity that was happening between all the elementary schools. It's great, and that information was never talked about in this meeting, and so was the middle school. With those 2 middle schools, there's great disparities between those. Nothing's ever mentioned. And we're not unpacking that, we're just skimming that. And I'm tired of that. As a parent, as a young one, it's scaring the crap out of me that this information, this data is not being taken seriously, and it's just being skimmed over. So.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zara. Ms. Faria would like to, oh, I'm sorry, is she?
No, she has 30
Oh, I'm
seconds.
sorry, Ms.
Ms.
Zara, please excuse me.
I'm just saying, please take parents' concerns and don't dismiss them. I want to see the information, the iReady scores from last year. I also want to see the iReady scores from this fall that was taken for these buildings. I shouldn't be denied that. I sent an open request. The lawyer was attached to that. I still didn't get any information. So.
Thank you, Ms. Zara. Ms. Faria?
So I just want to clarify, because I sat in a meeting, I sit on the Education Committee, and if in case it didn't become clear today, I'm very passionate about this. This is my livelihood. I stand behind it. I assure you, this district is not taking it lightly. I assure you that this district is not sitting on the data. I have a binder as a board member
So do
with
I.
information, and every one of us does. I'm sorry, that data, we are not going to sit here to pinpoint one school against the other, because we also, here, give me a mic. We also want to protect teachers, because the last thing we want to do is for us to get to the granular level where my kid has a teacher who's not doing well, because there's a lot of other things that comes into play. What if you're in a class with special ed students? What if you're in a class with a student who's homeless? One thing that did not come up in this district, we are 50% free and reduced lunch. If you compare our data to the state data for free and reduced, we are above state. I repeat that again. If you are looking on how we do for our free and reduced lunch kids, we are doing better than at the state level. The evidence is clear. The research is there. Tests are a measure of socioeconomics. We can predict how towns are going to do. Go to Milburn. Teachers are making over $100 an hour to tutor children. How many of our community members can afford to? They could barely afford to live. So let's give a break to teachers. Let's give a break to ourselves. I understand that, and I will repeat what I repeated you in the last time. It is important that you understand how your child, I understand your concern about, is this a good education? What happens if you go to another system? That is a concern with every school, and you can go to another place that's ranked really well and your child does great, and maybe not, or vice versa. But I really want to make a point. I have full faith that this team is looking at this data. They have that information. As a board member, I don't even have access to the teachers, nor should I. I trust that the administrative team is doing what they're supposed to be doing here.
Thank you so much, Ms. Faria. Look, Ms. Zara, we appreciate the fact that you come here and you really want to look at that data critically. And I am sure Dr. Rodriguez can engage you in further dialogue. One of the things that occurred last time was that he was not certain that you wanted specific student data. You just wanted the grade level data. And you know what? As I listen to Trish and I listen to you, I respect that, because the fact is that you should be holding us accountable. And one of the things, as I sit here and listen to both of you as parents, and believe it or not, Ms. Gita right now is speaking from an educational leadership perspective, but as a parent, she's had some concerns that she's shared with me as well. The worst thing that we can do is think that we're so perfect that we can't grow. And that's why I say professional learning is not something that is scheduled. It's something that is organic and should happen every day. Modeled first by the adults that are professionals so that the students can see. And I promise you, we may not be where you want us to be, and I speak to all the parents that are watching tonight, but we are putting things in place to create a more solid foundation so that we could do better, all right? But we are here to answer your questions and engage you in that dialogue. So it is hard to hear what you have to say as parents tonight, but we do take it seriously and we do honor it, all right? So thank you, both of you. Ms. Hayden, my Madam Vice.
I just want to take a moment to acknowledge an email that was sent to myself this evening from a former employee. I just wanted to say, Ms. Maynard, if you are watching this, your email will be forwarded to the appropriate individual, which is the superintendent of schools, for him to review. I am not able to read it, and he will address it as he sees fit. Thank you.
And to that point, I do want to make a statement because it was something that came up for discussion, and it is emailing public comments to us to read on record. We have decided as a board that we will not engage in that. So that you know, and we're saying it out loud and to the public, that moving forward, we will not read in public comments any emails that we receive. And but they will be a part of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam President, thank you. I just want to also add that members of the public, pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act in the state of New Jersey, a portion of every Board of Education meeting must be set aside for public comment. A portion. It's public comment, public question. It's not a discussion per se. So there's no obligation for the board or administration to respond. In some respects, they can't because they need to do some research and gather information to provide an intelligent response. There are certain subjects that are the board and administration are precluded from commenting on. The board cannot comment on individual personnel matters in public. While an employee can say all they want about their individual employment, the board and the administration cannot respond in public because that employee has rights that are protected pursuant to state statute. Student matters, matters of pending and or anticipated litigation, contract negotiations, matters of safety and security of property or people. Those matters are precluded. The board is precluded. The administration cannot discuss them in public. And lastly, while a member of the public can say an employee's name, there's nothing that prohibits them from talking about a principal, a teacher. We can't stop you from doing that. But the administration and the board cannot respond in public for that very same reason. You heard reference to a rice notice earlier. The only time the board can discuss a member's individual terms and conditions of employment is when that person is given a rice notice. A rice notice is not a bad thing. Someone could be being promoted. They might get a rice notice. There could be an issue, an incident in a school that person may have been a witness to or party of. That could be a rice notice. But it's important to note that while people have a First Amendment right to ask questions and make statements at a board meeting, individuals also have rights and protections, namely against libel, slander, tortious interference with contract, etc. So just please be mindful that if and when people send emails to board members and ask them to read them publicly and or make certain accusations that can be interpreted as threats or innuendo or slander, just be mindful that those individuals may have certain private causes of action that they can pursue, whether they are an employee, a board member, and or a citizen in that regard. And I'm saying that specifically based upon the nature of the email that Ms. Scott Hayden referenced. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lester Taylor. The board and Ms. Scott Hayden, the board will now go into executive session to discuss personnel and legal issues, and action will be taken. May I have a motion to move into executive session?
So, second.
Any discussion? All right, this motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana and seconded by Mr. Cohan. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Yes.
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 Yes. For those that are staying, you can stay in here, and for those of you that are leaving, thank you so much for being here tonight, and get home safe.
She was so out of line. Screaming like that. What the hell is wrong with her?
I move we go back into public session. Yes.
Yes.
Move to adjourn. Aye.